Fight fans, welcome to MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 271, the rematch between the two best middleweights in the world, Israel Adesanya, the last stylebender, and of course the Reaper, Robert Whittaker. Jim Greasehaber, Jeff Kane here with you all night long for UFC 271 on MMA Weekly. And I don't know if we're going to the podium or not. Jacob Malkoun was just up there. He fought on the early prelims, a unanimous decision win over AJ Dobson, and he was speaking to the media. But Jeff Kane, we have a show for you tonight right here. Fight fans on YouTube, watching around the world, like, follow, subscribe, get involved in the chat room tonight, because not only do we have the rematch between Whittaker and Adesanya, Whittaker earned his way back here, the former champion, but man, we've got three fights at the top of this card that are as good as any three fights at the top of any card you're going to see, at least on paper, on a computer screen, on a phone screen, on a tablet screen, whatever you want to call it. The Killer Gorilla, Jared Cannonier, Derek Brunson, Derek Lewis, Tai Tuivasa, Adesanya, Whittaker. We go to the podium, and Jacob Malkoun in Houston on MMA Weekly.
Or maybe not.
Wasn't pushing as much as I should have, but I took him to deep waters, and he wasn't ready for it. So, yeah.
Short and sweet.
I wish every fighter would do that, Jeff. I took him to deep waters and he wasn't ready for it. I punched him in the face and he wasn't ready for it. I kicked him in the head and he wasn't ready for it. I took him down and beat him up and he wasn't ready for this conference.
Yeah, that's the way all of the interviews should go, right? Well, he wasn't ready for it. I landed the right hand. Fight was over. Thanks. Go to the after party.
We'll see you there. Free drinks on me. But I mentioned, Jeff, as we're getting ready for the first fight on the main card here, which is going to be, I think, really good with Bobby Green and Nasrat Haqparast, a minus 145 favorite Bobby Green, plus 125 for Haqparast. I hope I'm saying that right. I think I am. I've heard it 5 different ways when I researched how to pronounce it before the show. Then it's Alexander Hernandez, always a guy who is dangerous and you never know what you're going to get. But then Renato Moicano as his opponent. So we're live now with UFC 271 in Houston. Everything's bigger in Texas, Jeff, and those top 3 fights on the card, Cannonier Brunson, which got pushed back onto this card from the last pay-per-view. The Black Beast, Derek Lewis, in his home city again against Tai Tuivasa. Will there be another knockout for the all-time leader, Derek Lewis, or will there be a shoey from Tai Tuivasa, a shoey from Tui? Israel Adesanya and Whittaker is literally one of the top 5 fights in the world that we could see right now. But before we get into all that, we're going to go back to the podium, because here is one of the greatest veterans, a former champion, one of the greatest fighters who ever lived in the heavyweight division, Andre Arlovski, with another win in the octagon tonight. Here he is live on MMA Week.
43. It's a great present for me, and I test my condition. I'm good for 3 rounds, so I'm good. My coach is a little bit upset because I didn't do what I supposed to do, but otherwise, like, everything went smooth, good, and I'm happy.
When you're, a veteran of this game, is your coach allowed to get upset to you, or are you able to say to him, "No, I know what I'm doing"?
Last time when I was telling coaches what to do, I lost 4 fights in a row, and I had some problems. If you want, you can put in this way: I am my coach's slave. I'm not arguing with them. They know what to do. I can be upset. I can be mad, upset inside, but I'm not gonna say anything like loud, because I choose them to be in my corner. They're helping me a lot, and I respect their opinions. So even some of them younger than me.
So what exactly were you supposed to do according to your coach?
I supposed to like throw like more, feint more, throw more overhand rights, switch stance, but Mike Brown and Steve Mocker, they're super upset that I hang out on the cage, because like I knew that I'm kind of winning the round, and I allowed myself to be lazy, but this is 100% not acceptable. This is wrong, and I guess when I come back to the gym, I'm gonna have a lot of boo.
Were you confident that you'd won the decision?
One more time.
Were you confident that you'd won this decision in the fight?
No, of course I wanted to do something more, but for now, at this point, like I'm testing my condition because I wasn't happy about last fight against Felipe. One of my coaches, Artem Levin, he gave me some shit about like conditioning, but now I focus on my condition, and now we're gonna do like add something more and more, and definitely from fight to fight, I'm gonna add something more to my arsenal.
Do you get a lot of shit from your coaches? That's like 2 times in a row you said that.
Lately, yes. That's why I'm disciplined right now. Like I said before, I choose what's more important for me right now, and I turned 43, and I know like I still have like maybe in the best case scenario 2-3 years window opportunities. That's why I need to focus on myself, on my health, on my performance, on my workouts, on my life in general. So since got everything going in the right direction.
Well, happy birthday and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, there must not be a lot of media there tonight, Jeff, because
Yeah,
that's another short. That's the Pitbull Andre Arlovski with a one-person press conference, and that's look, that's a huge win for him. And when you look at Andre Arlovski, Jeff Kane, I mean that's a legend in this sport. He's been around a long time, and I mean he's literally 43 years old. He turned 43 in February, and I'm not sure how many wins that is in the octagon for him at this point, but he's got, let's see, I mean overall in his career, that's his 55th fight, and he's won 33, and he's a former champion. So an outstanding performance by him tonight. Probably could have been a little bit better. It was a split decision. There's one judge who keeps scoring the fights, and the commentators are just literally, out of their minds. But, while we talk about the commentators, what do you think of Joe Rogan being pulled off the pay-per-view because of the stuff that's going on? I mean, we have to talk about it, right? It's the elephant in the room. It's the grill. And whoever did it did it to the point where even Dana White hasn't said anything about it. Dana would never do it. Dana would never be quiet about it. We know how Dana felt about what Joe said. Dana has not said anything that I know of. So this is interesting to see what's happening with the UFC, a place where I never thought I'd see that kind of censorship and that kind of thing going on.
I would say ESPN probably did it, right? They're the ones that control the pay-per-view and the production at this point. I'm indifferent, man. I listen to the fights with the volume off, whether we're live or not, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I was surprised because it didn't come out until last night or today. They kind of kept that under wraps, and nobody's commenting. I'm sure that Dana's going to be there at the post-fight press conference, and he's going to have to address it because people are going to ask.
It's interesting. I mean, we can't really say much about it other than give our opinions. And, I understand people being upset about some of the things that Joe has said in the past. You heard Israel Adesanya very sternly and very succinctly defend Joe Rogan. And he said, "I'm black, I can take this one." And that's a direct quote. And so, interesting. But we're not here to talk about that. I just wanted to get that quick because it is, it is the elephant in the room, and it is what everybody's talking about leading into this fight card. And we should be talking about Izzy and Whittaker. We should be talking about all those things. But, as of right now, we've been talking about Joe Rogan. But Arlovski with a big win. You got Bobby Green and Hawkprost in there right now, and they're in round number 1 with 3:40 left. A big win for Kyler Phillips tonight, who was a huge favorite. Casey O'Neill on the women's side with a victory, and of course, Arlovski. It's really interesting to see how long Arlovski's fighting. He's 43 years old, and I've been hanging out a lot with a boxer lately. I call him my Bulgarian brother, and my Vegas running mate, Kubrat Pulev, the Cobra. He's 40 years old. He has no plans on retiring anytime soon. So with science being what it is, with nutrition being what it is, with conditioning being what it is with these athletes, we're seeing these careers extended longer and longer and longer. And Andrei Arlovski continuing to do what he loves and picking up another win tonight. Good on him. And when I say the name Andrei Arlovski, Jeff, you've been around forever, just like I have, but you've been with MMA Weekly 20 years. What's the first thing you think of when you think of Andrei Arlovski?
Him knocking that fights with Tim Sylvia, and then that fight with Cabbage Carrera was just absolutely crazy because of the damage that Cabbage was able to take. Yeah, man, and then like the fight with Fedor. I mean, he was touching Fedor up, and then he went for that flying knee, and that was the end of it. Andrei's a legend, man. He's one of the greatest heavyweights in the history of the sport. And you're right, man. I mean, modern technology, training smarter, us being just smarter as in the sport and how we approach, and I think it's just mainly training. In the beginning parts of the sport, we fought every day in the gym like fools, and now we've gotten smarter. It's everything's elevated from nutrition to training to the way you spar. And so you're going to have some guys fight into their late 40s, man. I mean, we might even have somebody fight at early 50s, to be honest with you. It's going to take a special person, but I could see it happening.
Yeah, it might happen. I mean, think about it for one. And we're not counting Bellator there when they fought each other, obviously. But he's got wins over Verdum and Roy Nelson and Ben Rothwell. I mean, he's got a win over Travis Brown. He's got a win over Brendan Schaub, Antonio Bigfoot Silva. He beat Frank Mir. I mean, he's got wins over Stefan Struve. He's got wins over the biggest names and the biggest stars in the history of the heavyweight division. And that's a guy who's still going. You think about those guys he's beaten. You talked about the Sylvia fights, and those guys are long gone, man. And here he is still going, the Pitbull at 43 years of age. Good for him. I'm 50, so anyone who's doing it anywhere near my age, and you're 50 also, so anybody who's doing it anywhere near our age, hats off to him. The body doesn't recover the way that it used to. As you get older, that new injuries and new little ailments pop up out of nowhere. You hurt yourself sleeping somehow. I do anyway. But, I mean, it just goes to show you when you stay in shape, when you've done the same thing over and over and over and your body's just used to it, it's just, man, I mean, I can't say enough how impressed I am with him. And, Arlovski with another win. And as long as he's winning, why not keep doing it, Yeah.
Well, what's crazy to me about Andre is that had you asked me a decade ago, would Andrei Arlovski be here in 10 years? I'd have said, hell no, not a chance. Because of his fighting style. He's not Randy Couture where he's going to press you against the cage and be able to impose that type of game plan to where you can fight later in years. Andrei's a striker, man. He lives by the sword and dies by the sword, and he's still out there throwing heavy leather and finishing people. It's really, really impressive what Andrei's able to do at his age.
No doubt. And if you're in the chat room, we welcome you tonight on MMA Weekly. Jim Grieshauber, Jeff Kane. You see our names on the screen there. UFC 271 live coverage on MMA Weekly, the most trusted source in news and entertainment in mixed martial arts for almost 20 years, and the largest independently owned MMA website on the planet. Scott Peterson making sure of that out there in Houston, Texas. Scott's still traveling, doing all the work on the road and all the stuff that you see on the site this week. Make sure you check it out. It's been kind of fun to see. And we always love the weigh-ins, and we always love the press conferences, and the press conference was entertaining. Robert Whittaker and Adesanya coming up, and, like, follow, subscribe, by the way, hit the comments, get them going tonight. Let us know where you're watching from, who you think's going to win tonight, But, man, we talked about, I mentioned it 3 times, and every single time we had to go right to the podium. These 3 fights at the top of this card, Cannonier and Brunson. Blonde Brunson, as he loves to say, is undefeated, right? So Blonde Brunson, Derek Brunson, he loses to the top fighters in the division. He falls down in the rankings. He wins his way back up to another fight like this. Cannonier is that fight. He's been beating everybody in front of him, minus Robert Whittaker, who's fighting tonight against Adesanya for the title. So 2 huge fights in the middleweight division right there in those 3. And then the heavyweight, all-time knockout king, Derek Lewis, and Tai Tuivasa, someone going to sleep there, but Lewis in his hometown again. Those 3 fights, man, you just don't get any better than those 3 at the top of the card. They're all big guys. The middleweights are super athletic. There's a lot of leather going to be thrown, a lot of chances for knockouts and finishes in these fights. And, I mean, I just looked at the top 3 fights on the card, and I just went, damn, that's as good as you're going to find and you're going to see in the UFC.
Yeah, the Brunson and Cannonier fight, it's basically a number 1 contender fight, depending on how impressive they look. If they get a first round finish in that round, either one of them could be the next to face whoever wins in the main event. And then the main event. I mean, I agree with what Whittaker said at the press conference. The drop off between Robert Whittaker and Israel Adesanya to third is significant. And I watched the first fight again, and I don't think that Whittaker was like really outclassed. He made some mistakes and paid the price for it. But I wouldn't sleep on Robert Whittaker. I know that a lot of people are kind of going with the champion, and especially because he had that definitive win in the first fight. But I mean, when I watched that fight again, I feel like, man, Whittaker stayed in the pocket for a second too long in 2 exchanges, and that cost him the fight. But
one at the end of the
I
first
think that
round
we're
and
gonna see
the one that finished it, right?
Yeah.
Jeff,
He just
you're
stayed
talking
in the
about the
pocket
one at the
for
end of
that-
the first round and then the one in the second round that finished it.
Yes, yeah, but in between that, Whittaker wasn't looking that bad. I feel like he needs to slow down, be more methodical, and because Adesanya is such a good counter striker, and you start pressuring him, it's like pressuring Anderson Silva. Eventually, that's not going to work. But so you got to play that weird game of being cautiously aggressive. But Whittaker, that's his game. That's what he's great at. So I look forward to the main event tonight. The co-main event, man, Tuivasa has a huge opportunity tonight. He's ranked 11th, and he can take out the number 3 ranked guy tonight in front of his hometown. And they're both fan favorites. I'm really looking forward to that fight. I'm really looking forward to those top 3 fights. And then, like what we've already talked about, we've had legends on this fight card. That was Roxanne Modafferi's last fight. She lost by split decision, but she looked good. Andre Arlovski, legend, picked up a split decision win. This is a great fight card.
It really is, man. And I want to go back to that Derek Lewis point that you made. I mean, sitting there at number 3 right now, Jeff, in a division where the champion's going to be out and maybe gone forever, but out for a year anyway, right? Francis Ngannou with the surgery and, taking his time about it right now and going on his little tour and obviously not happy with the number of fights on his contract expired, but still having to wait a year to test those waters of free agency and do what he wants to do or get the big deal. And I'm sure it won't go anywhere near that long with the UFC re-signing him and probably doing a boxing match themselves with him to make the money if he's going to do it. They're not going to pass on that cash if he's going to fight a Tyson Fury, just like they didn't with Conor and Floyd. But when I think about Derek Lewis sitting there at number 3 in a division where Cyril Gane's number 1, Stipe's number 2, they haven't fought each other. John Jones is sitting there waiting in the wings, Jones and Stipe. There's been a lot of talk about the interim title. And I did a video on this, by the way, before anybody talked about it. You're not going to give John Jones or Stipe Miocic an interim belt. I mean, that's an insult to a guy like Jones. That's an insult to a guy like Stipe. You don't give Stipe an interim belt as the greatest heavyweight champion of all time. You make that fight for the title if Ngannou's gone. In the meantime, you make it a number 1 contenders matchup. If I'm Jones or Stipe, I throw the interim title belt in the garbage. I mean, it means nothing, the interim title belt, to either one of those guys. I think it's offensive to even say that those guys should fight for an interim title as great as they are.
Yeah, and it's also offensive to the champion. I don't like interim belts. Either it's a title fight or it's not. Interesting about Francis, you brought him up, and that's also something we can't really avoid talking about. Francis Ngannou has fought out his contract. He just has to wait till the end of the year, and he can test free agency. He can do what he wants. He wants more money. It isn't really even about the money. He wants to make a big payday in boxing before fighting MMA. And the UFC's like, hell no. And I think that we all know how Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury would go, right? Francis is not going to look good in that fight.
He couldn't outbox Cyril Gane. I mean, what's he going to do? He's going to get crushed by Tyson Fury. But the thing is, when Dillian White gets 8 or 10 million or whatever he's getting to fight Tyson Fury, and Fury's making 30 million, 40 million, and Francis Ngannou's making 600,000, and the entire fight
Francis is gone.
On the last pay-per-view was 1.8 million. He gets points on pay-per-view, so he's probably at the 2 or 3 million range. But Ngannou should be making 8 to 10 million a fight. He's not a huge draw, so maybe like 6 to 8 million. So but somewhere in that range, Jeff, he's got to be making much more than he has been making. And I have to think, and you just said he's gone, and I can't wait to hear your response. But I want to tee it up for you first, Jeff. I don't believe there's any way the UFC lets him walk. He's too big of a star. in Africa. They're all about going all over the world. They got Izzy, they got Usman, and eventually they probably want to do a fight card over there. They could get the payday for the boxing match for themselves. Why in the world would they ever let him go? And who in the world's going to give him more money if the UFC says, hey, we're going to co-promote this boxing match? We live in a world where Manny Pacquiao fought Floyd Mayweather and HBO and Showtime worked together. We live in a world where Mayweather fought McGregor and all those entities work together with the UFC getting their cut. So if I'm Dana White, if I'm Ari Emanuel, why would I ever let Francis leave knowing that I could negotiate and get him that huge payday? The boxing match gives him the payday that he wants in his contract that doesn't even have to come out of the UFC's budget, their fights, and everybody wins. I mean, am I just missing something here?
Well, I think that was going to be the case had Francis not fought. But now Francis holds all the cards. If I'm Francis, I'm waiting. I'm waiting and getting the UFC out of the picture completely, and I'm
At
negotiating
34?
with HBO. Yes, I'm negotiating with HBO. I'm negotiating with Showtime. I'm bringing Jake Paul onto the promotion team. I am going to make $20 million plus, if not 50, for my next fight, and I'll still come back to the UFC. But what Francis has to, Francis's biggest draw, you're right, he's not a big draw. His biggest selling point is that he's the UFC champion, and so that's the caveat, right? I think the UFC needs to sign him. I think the UFC needs to give him a friggin' deal, even if it's a short-term deal, because he is 34. It's the heavyweight division. Shit changes real fast with one punch in that division. And so the odds of Francis losing soon in an MMA fight, I think, are kind of high, which is probably why Francis is going to take the boxing fight while he can. But I agree with you. If I'm the UFC, if I'm the UFC, I want to promote that boxing match. You just got to give in to Francis. Promote the boxing match. Bring him back. He's going to look terrible in boxing. Who cares? He's going to look great in the octagon. But if I'm Francis, I'm thinking to myself, the UFC lowballed me. The UFC created an interim title while I was barely fresh a champion. And then they didn't want to pay me what I wanted. They didn't want to give me a boxing match like they did Conor McGregor. Fuck the UFC. I'm going solo. We're in a complicated situation.
Yeah, and let's be real. I mean, fighting Tyson Fury at this point might not be as big as fighting Floyd Mayweather, and certainly Francis is nowhere near as big as Conor McGregor, who had a lot more negotiating power in that situation than Francis ever would. But the chance to have Tyson Fury's name associated with the UFC and to be involved in that fight, he's the biggest name in boxing besides Canelo right now. I mean, you could say that easily. And Floyd's still huge too, but he's done. So it's Fury and it's Canelo. And depending upon who you ask, Fury's the heavyweight champ, and his story is incredible. Francis's story is incredible. So we'll see if cooler heads prevail. And we know what Dana White's track record is on this very subject with Randy Couture. I mean, Dana White would tell him in a second, I think, get the hell out of here. Who cares? We don't need you. And here's where I think Francis loses a lot of his leverage with the UFC, not with anybody else. But here's the thing. Francis leaves the UFC to fight Tyson Fury. That's a one-time payday. Of course, Bellator or somebody else is going to step up and give him a bunch of money, but that's a one-time payday. Tyson Fury takes off his head within 2 rounds. Then what, Francis? Then where are you going to go? You come crawling back to MMA. Is it the UFC? Is it Bellator? Maybe he needs to learn that lesson. But I love Francis, by the way, one of my favorite people I've met and interviewed in this sport. But it's a huge decision for him right now. And I think the thing that it has to come down to for Francis Ngannou is to take your ego out of it and realize the best situation for you is to stay with the UFC, convince them to let you fight Tyson Fury, with the UFC getting their hands in the pot. It's a huge payday for the UFC. Who's going to turn that money down? They're a publicly traded company, under the new management group. I'm not new anymore. But when I think about, Francis Ngannou's options here, the one thing with the UFC that really takes away his bargaining power, let's say the UFC has zero interest in having him fight Tyson Fury, and they say, the hell with this, he's not doing it no matter what, he's an MMA fighter, it's not going to happen, right? That's a very likely possibility. His bargaining power is reduced significantly because you got Jones and Stipe sitting there, and you look, if you're Dana, and you go, hey, man, Francis isn't drawing ants to a picnic. We got the greatest heavyweight champ. We got the greatest fighter of all time waiting in the wings. Let him go. And then what does Francis do?
I mean, the problem I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, for the most part, I understand, because this is a hardball situation, right? The UFC's playing hardball, Francis is playing hardball, and this is going to get probably ugly. They still have to come to terms with John Jones. I mean, not only are they in a contract dispute with Francis, they're in a contract dispute with John Jones as well. And what they've done with Jones is either. Yeah, and so the UFC's looking bad, and so. Actually, that's why I mentioned Jake Paul when I was talking about Francis and boxing earlier, because the UFC is facing a potential PR nightmare in the heavyweight division. You got John Jones saying the UFC won't pay me. I'm the greatest of all time. You got Francis Ngannou saying the UFC won't pay me. You got Jake Paul saying UFC won't pay their athletes. And all of this is getting headlines on MMA sites, boxing sites, and then mainstream sites. And so the UFC might. It would be out of character for the UFC, but the UFC might just come to terms and be like, look, we're going to pay you this. We're going to let you do the boxing and go from there. But historically, the UFC is going to tell Francis to go do what the hell you want to do. We don't need you. Same thing they told John Jones. Sit over there forever. We don't care. But I feel like those days of dealing with athletes are coming to an end for the UFC.
That is really interesting to hear you say that. I mean, you've been here the whole time and you followed it, and look, it's a lot better than it's ever been. The paydays are a lot better than they've ever been right now, but they're still not anywhere near what boxing is. And the UFC is bigger than boxing, and the UFC is doing better than boxing financially. And the money has been, we know the NFL was 53% or whatever it is the players make. Major League Baseball's about to be in a strike, and they are in a labor dispute. And the NBA, we know what the percentages are there. At one point, the UFC fighters were making 8% of the revenue, and then I believe I saw 12%. And the Fertittas never really had to release it, and they never really had to do much as a privately owned company. But now that it's different, these things are being released, and I just wonder what makes you say that the UFC is at the end of the line with this. And I mean, I agree with you, but I want to give the fans your perspective as someone who's been there 20 years.
I think that I don't think this is unique to the UFC necessarily. I think when you take a step back, you're seeing a labor movement in the United States when it comes to pay and versus CEO pay and the disparity in wealth across the board. And so I think that's trickled over into MMA. I don't think this started in MMA. I think that it started years ago, really, but it's starting to gain steam. But what I think the UFC, why I think it's the end of the road for big athletes in the UFC. The UFC is going to have to deal with them more on the athletes' term, is because they are so big. They are commanding headlines on mainstream sites. Because look, let's be honest. When the MMA media sites reported Randy Couture, nobody gave a shit. Nobody gave a shit. But when ESPN's reporting that, when Yahoo's reporting that, when Fox News is reporting that, when CNN picks it up, now we're talking about a different deal altogether. And I don't want to talk about it necessarily. I mean, I don't mind. I'll talk about anything. But it also gets back to how we started the show. Joe Rogan is not there tonight.
Yep.
Right? The UFC's gotten big. The UFC has reached a market. And I talked about this a little while ago about Rampage, how I didn't think Rampage could come along right now. I feel like the UFC's got a lot of growing up to do really fast, or we're going to look bad to a lot of people.
That's Jeff Kane. I'm Jim Greasehaber. Call me Grease. Thank you, Isaac. We miss you, buddy. Different name now. Typical Musha. Isaac's always been a big fan of the show. He just super chatted us $20. Appreciate the love, Isaac. Appreciate all you guys in the chat room. What do you think about what Jeff's saying about the UFC not going to be able to get away with the fighter pay anymore? And I will go so far as to say, and I mean, look, this is a motto. My old radio partner used to call him a motto. It's a master of the obvious for me, but there is no way in the blue hell, which is what The Rock used to say in WWF, right? No way in the blue hell Joe Rogan would ever have been pulled from a pay-per-view under the old regime. You'd have seen all three of those guys hang themselves in the mid, and I'm talking about Frank Lorenzo and Dana, in the middle of the town square, from the middle of downtown Houston, from the Hilton with the Hyatt with the spinning roof, then you would have seen Joe Rogan get.
Oh wow!
There's no way that would have ever happened. No way.
I don't know what that is. That's a lot of noise, and it looks like it's the arena. Is that the arena tonight?
Crowd in Houston.
by
What do we
bringing you
got?
the ambient.
You do this for me. Put your middle fingers in the air and tell myself fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, Bobby King Green.
Bobby Green won by unanimous decision.
I guess that's the fighters leaving the octagon. Bobby Green right there. But yeah, that's all you
I think it's cool. I mean, it's new coverage, but there we go. We're back.
I don't know.
There's
I don't
no
know
way
what the
this would have
hell
ever
just
happened. No way Joe Rogan would have ever been pulled from a pay-per-view, Lorenzo, Frank, and Dana. There's no chance that would have ever happened. Zero. He'd have had to committed what O.J. Simpson did. He had to kill 2 people, and then maybe he'd have been pulled. But aside from that, no chance.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, the UFC has maintained control of production, including the broadcast team, all the way from when Zuffa purchased the UFC until the ESPN deal. And that's why they did it. You know, because ESPN answers to a different market than the MMA market. And that's what we're seeing right now. And I don't care one way or another. You know, people can think whatever they want about Joe Rogan. Well, I'm specifically talking about the UFC has gotten to the point where other sports are, and we know what happens in other sports, right? We are going to all of a sudden, everything's going to be scrutinized. Everything. Not only, and I worry, Jim. I'll tell you right now, I worry about it because I know what they can dig up. I've been around too long. I know what people said about Chris Cyborg. Big people.
Man.
You know, I know what they said about Fallon Fox.
Oh, boy.
Big people. And so it scares
Big
the
people.
hell out of me what's getting ready to happen to us. But at the same time,
That's a
let's
great
get in
point,
it.
man.
Let's
That's
get
a
it over
great
with.
point. I mean, it's
Scary,
bullshit
Jim.
is what it is. This world that we live in sucks. I'll be honest with you. It sucks. It's bullshit. People are way too sensitive, digging up stuff from years ago. I mean, come on, just live your lives, people. Who gives a shit what Joe Rogan said all that time ago? Who gives a crap what Dana said about Cyborg all those years ago? It was said, people knew it then. Spotify bought all those episodes. They ponied up the cash, and now they're pulling them down because of the backlash, which is a chicken shit move on their part. And it was a chicken shit move all the way through by them. And I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand living in a giant country full of people who are so sensitive that we're now going back in time, looking at what people have said and censoring them now and canceling them now and trying to do these things. And the one thing I just want to add to that, Jeff, is that, and this isn't a political debate, but Marshall Smartest in the chat room brought up a really interesting point that I actually didn't think of, which is rare because usually between the two of us, we think of everything. And that's just because we're old and we have the experience, right? You see the grades. But maybe Joe Rogan pulled himself to shield the UFC, and that's why Dana's not saying it. Maybe there's a good chance there's a chance that could have happened. I don't think Joe would do that. Joe doesn't seem like the type of guy who would ever do that, but you never know. Maybe
I don't think the UFC would let him. Well, I don't want to say that, but I think that if Joe came to Dana White with that proposition, Dana would be like, shut up and put the headset on and get your ass out there. We don't need shielded from anybody.
Right.
That's just from knowing Dana, though. But it is an interesting point. And look, I do want to say this. Joe Rogan apologized because he should have, right? And Spotify released their statement. And so what I think is kind of crazy is that Spotify signed that contract and clearly didn't know everything that was in the archive, you know, and so it seems like just now Spotify's like, what the hell? And so now they're pulling. It looks bad. Spotify looks like unprofessional. Spotify looks unprofessional. They didn't do their due diligence and all of that. That's my opinion on it. Joe knows what he said
in this new media world, right? That's the thing in this new media world. And the way that the videos were put together and everything was taken out of context is one thing. But, you don't say that word, no matter what the context is. If you're a white person, you just don't fucking do it. I mean, I don't do it.
No.
I mean, I'll tell you what, I have done it. I have done it, actually. And the way that, and the reason the context with which I've done it is I love hip hop, and I'll be singing a song, and I'll be listening to NWA or something. And what am I not allowed to do that now either? I mean, it's a lyric to a song. So where do you draw the line, man? I mean, are we just gonna walk around like a bunch of friggin', like Dana said, pussies? I mean, literally, that's what they are in my book.
Well, that line's been there forever, right? I mean, that line's been there. Joe Rogan knows that's a line that you can't cross. And he hasn't in a long time. He hasn't. And the reality of this is, Joe Rogan doesn't need me to defend him. And I'm not going to act like Joe Rogan's a victim. The dude's he's had a $100 million contract. He's one of the most known celebrities in the world today. He doesn't need me as a PR person. But Joe hasn't said that shit in a long time. And he knows. Joe's podcast started with him and his buddies, Eddie Bravo, getting high and talking about the flat world and conspiracies. And then fighters wanted to come on his show. And so he was like, okay, absolutely. And then the show got real big. And I think Joe is now coming to the realization that, oh, shit, a lot of people are going to be looking at this. And so now we're seeing podcasts get pulled and everything. And Joe has addressed it. I'll say that. Joe got out in front of it. Joe's not making exexcuses. He knows the ramifications of what happened. And
Donald Trump even jumped in. Donald Trump, I don't know if that's the guy you want jumping in if you're Joe Rogan. He said Joe Rogan needs to stop apologizing.
Probably not.
Even Trump jumped in. But I'm wondering if Scott can hear me, because if Scott can hear me, if we have sound on what Izzy said, man, everyone would love to hear that, because I thought that was badass. And I was like, get him, Izzy, because that's how I feel, and that's how Izzy feels. So I feel like...
First off, let me take this one. Hold up. I'm black. I can take this one. Look.
Okay. What were...
No. There's a lot of cunts in this game. There's a lot of snakes in this game. I've been in this fight game since 2008. And Joe Rogan is one of the nicest, coolest, humble motherfuckers I've had the pleasure of working with. Understand that. And it's just, fuck the noise, man. You know what they're trying to do. You can't control the man, and he's got the biggest platform in the world right now. So that's my nigga, Joe Rogan. Fuck the noise.
Dana kind of like that one.
Going off that, what words of advice would you give to Joe Rogan to
that's
shut out
Izzy's
all the
opinion.
noise around him?
That's his
Do what I
opinion.
said. Fuck the noise. Just keep doing you, Joe. Have some mushrooms. Keep doing you.
Have some mushrooms. Keep
But,
doing you. I mean, I thought
like
that
I
was
said,
great
we
of Izzy
don't-
to do that, by the way.
Well, Dana White was really happy because the question was for Dana, right? The question was for Dana.
Yeah.
And then Izzy, when we talk about shielding somebody, that right there was jumping in front of a bullet and answering the question and making the boss happy as well. I don't disagree with Izzy. Being the person that I am, I would say that's a UFC employee talking about a UFC employee. Take that for what you want.
Okay,
but
fair point. That's
I'm not one of those people. Yeah, I'm not one of those people out here trying to pull Joe Rogan. I don't want to pull Alex Jones. I don't want to pull the most racist podcast. I don't want to do it. Why? Because I want them there. I want to be able to point to that and say that is what I'm against. Joe Rogan, the context. I've listened to Joe Rogan's show. I've known Joe. I've had dinner with Joe. I've smoked with Joe, right? I've been around Joe. Joe is a very approachable human being. Joe is a humble human being. Joe treats you equally, no matter if you're some long-haired dude from Kentucky working for MMA Weekly or I'm Jim Rome. And so
in case you haven't figured
you
that out,
gotta
that was
respect
Jeff.
Joe.
He was
Yeah. And
the
so,
long-haired dude from Kentucky.
Yeah. And so, I don't want to pull Joe Rogan off the air. And I know the context in most of that stuff. The only thing I think Joe, the one story that really bothers me and that I wish Joe would have addressed specifically was the Planet of the Apes stuff, because you just can't whitewash that.
Yeah.
That was one of the most horrific episodes ever. But man, whenever your kid says something, you and I are both fathers, and I'm not saying Joe Rogan's a kid, and I'm not being condescending in that way at all. But there are moments where you use them as teachable moments. You use them as teachable moments. Joe Rogan knows. Joe Rogan's not an idiot. He knows this was a huge teachable moment for Joe Rogan. He knows moving forward what he has to do differently, and what he can do better. And I know Joe Rogan, he'll do that. But I'm not going to die on the hill for anybody, Jim. I mean, that's where I am with all of the feedback on both sides. People are like, oh my God, screw Spotify. Oh my God, screw these people. Screw Neil Young. Man, I'm not dying on a hill for anybody, and they're not going to die on a hill for me.
Spotify's in a real tough spot. Neil Young just wanted some press. I mean, when's the last time anybody even said his damn name? Who the hell cares about Neil Young?
That was
really.
See, that I think.
And I hope Neil Young will remember no man needs him around, and how.
Well,
never mind a Southern man, Leonard Skinner. No man needs him around.
Yeah, let's not get on Leonard Skinner because they're definitely some fucked up shit. Anyway, people didn't see the big picture though. Neil Young literally moved his entire catalog to oh shit, what's the other platform? It's the other platform.
Not Scribe
the other. No, it's a big one. It's a big one. It's their rival. But he literally did it the next day. And so I don't know if that was a crude move for attention and he switched platforms, or if he was trying to make a statement. I don't know. But look,
this from a guy. This from a fucking guy whose biggest hit is "Keep on Rocking" in the free world. I mean, jeez, I can't even.
Well.
I just
freedom comes with a
free
price.
Fucking world, Neil. The free. Ugh.
Well, that's not really true though. We don't live in a free world. We don't. We never have.
But of all people to want to censor
free to
somebody, a guy who wrote the song "Keep on Rocking" in the free world.
Well, I don't know what's censor. People are accountable for what they say. People are accountable for that. And Neil Young, that's what I'm saying though. To flip it, and look, I'm not going to get into the argument really, but to counter your argument is that Neil Young is also free. He's free to pull his catalog, and he's free to criticize Joe Rogan. And so what you're saying is that he tried to infringe on Joe Rogan's freedom, but then now we're trying to infringe on Neil Young's freedom. Neil Young can do what the hell he wants to do. Joe Rogan can do what the hell he wants to do. That's kind of my point. And let the chips fall where they may. I don't know. I don't know yet if Spotify is going to gain a lot from this or lose a lot. I think we're kind of in limbo right now. I don't know. But there are consequences. And cancel culture didn't start today. Let's not act like that. I mean, hell, they tried to cancel the Jeffersons, right? They tried to cancel the Teletubbies. I remember French fries. Hell, the Dixie Chicks. Yeah,
Archie Bunker. Can you imagine if All in the Family? What if All in the Family was on today, Jeff? Holy crap! Yeah. Are you kidding me?
But
there's no chance we'd ever see All in the Family right now.
Yeah, but I'll bring it back to the fight game. We literally, as a society, canceled Muhammad Ali in his prime 60 years ago. This isn't new. It just feels new because we're living in the moment. We're living this time, and so we talk about the current events. But cancel culture is nothing new. I mean, it's really and truly not
exactly what's going on here. I have to do this, and I'm sorry. And people are gonna hate me. And if you hate me, you hate me. And I really don't give a shit because I'm too old to care at this point. But we live in a country where everybody's life sucks for the most part because we've been put in a position where there is no middle class anymore. This country's going to hell. Nobody has any money. Everybody's in debt. It's all phony with the economy. And nobody has anything worthwhile going on in their lives other than to criticize Joe Rogan, other than to criticize Neil Young, other than to go on and on about
favorite
Spotify
pastime.
And fucking masks and vaccines and everything else in the world because you have nothing going on in your life, which is your responsibility. And it's up to you to do something with your life that gives you something else to talk about besides all this. I said it. Sorry, I'm done.
Look, I'll say this,
rant, and that's how I feel.
I say it all the time. Our favorite pastime, and I'm an American, Jim, and I'm a proud fucking American, and you are too.
Me too.
Our favorite pastime is fucking bitching. That's what we do. We complain about everything. Jesus could come down on a fucking unicorn riding a rainbow, and somebody's gonna say, "His fucking hair's messed up. That horse wasn't dark enough," or whatever, man. That's just who we are, right? Bobby Green's at the podium.
Meanwhile, we got to get to Bobby Green. I like the jacket, Bobby Green in Houston, the tattoo.
Look
what a character he is. There he is on MMA Weekly.
Ooh, the jacket is on point, Tim.
As soon as we get sound, we'll go right to Bobby. But
We'll-
our coverage is
yeah,
stepping
we'll
up
shut
tonight
up.
inside the arena. Man, our numbers just went through the roof when we were talking about all this, by the way. What a shock.
Well, we should have addressed it. I wanted to address it because you and I are older and we've been around. We remember the Jeffersons, right? We remember whenever they said Good Times was too ghetto to be on TV. But we've also been around long enough to also see the other side of that, you know, to where, Ted Nugent and people like him, where people want to silence.
Me deep in the heart, like fear. Like they no fucking fear in me, homie. You must not know. And I'm just like, I gotta. My coach's like, calm down. He's trying to get you. I'm like, nah, forget that chair. I don't need that chair. I need to stand and walk. Like I was hot. Like I just took it personal. He said I wasn't as good as Jacasey. So I was just like, I took it real personal.
So did you think he was as good as you thought in there? Because I know you said after watching his fight that like that's a guy that you would want to fight.
He came and did exactly what I expected him to do. My coach got me prepared for everything he was gonna do. He's gonna come with these wild hooks, you know, come leaping in. So we worked on all the different traits he makes and moves. You know, there's a little couple things that I should have done more. But I thought he was gonna come with more and be a better dance partner. I'm hoping I got fighted tonight, but I just felt like he needed to bring a little bit more, you know, but hopefully he don't fuck my shit up. I did my work.
And the crowd was audibly chanting your name. They were chanting Bobby a lot throughout the fight. And even at the end when Daniel Cormier asked you about it, you kind of had to cover your face and look away for a second. So what was going through your mind?
That's fucking nuts. That's fucking nuts, you know? I just felt like maybe I'm getting a little bit of the respect, or people are starting to understand me more, you know? Understand what I'm doing. When I was first coming in, people were telling me shut the fuck up, telling me I talk too much, telling me I'm too cocky. And I think they're finally starting to understand that I'm not that person. I'm just here to put a show on. I'm here to get the crowd live. And it was live. Though nobody had a reaction to him like that, you know?
John Anik ended your fight with saying if Bobby Green's not careful, he might find himself ranked real soon. So what do you want for your moving forward for your career?
What do I want moving forward? A whole lot of money. I don't care about the rankings, all that stuff. You'll be ranked. I was ranked number 6 before in the world. You'll be ranked today and you'll be out tomorrow. Who cares about the rankings? What I care about is that check and making sure that my family's straight. That's all that matters. Put whoever you want to put in front of me. Just make sure it's exciting. Make sure that we can get the crowd going. We can get them into it.
You know, you say you like to put on a show, so instead of rankings, do you look at other guys that you're like, oh, me and him would be a good fight, me and him would be a good fight? Or do you think, I can fight anyone, I'll be the one putting on the show, it doesn't matter?
I do think like that, like he would be a good fight because he's going to bring it, you know, but it takes two to dance. And as long as I do my part, that's all I can do, you know. I thought he would bring a little bit more. All I can do is my part. I'm just, all right, let's go. I'm like, what's up? You was making it seem like you wanted this. Now it's right in front of you. Here's your opportunity. Shoot.
I mean, maybe it's just not that hard to punch you, man. You know?
I'm different than everybody else. I keep telling you guys, I'm different from everyone else. My style's different. And it's hard to adapt to what I'm doing and to learn what I'm doing. And until you get in there, you won't understand it.
So you saw him, you said you wanted to fight him. Is there anyone else out there right now that you've got your eye on and you think, okay, me and him next?
Interesting. No. I could say 1,000 names, and I never get all any of the names I get. You know, every time I say a name, I never got them. So I just kind of let the bosses do their job. Sean Shelby knows, hey, and Jana knows, hey, let's put him over here. Be honest, I wasn't supposed to take this fight, okay? It wasn't supposed to be my fight. I just jumped in. He was actually supposed to fight someone else, and that person pulled out or got hurt. I don't know, but I hopped in, and that's how I am. I'm the guy to just come in and make the show happen. I jump in on the last minute, and hey, you didn't even know I was the only one going to be on the card. People are like, what? He's on it? Oh, cool, I'm in now. They don't even know I'm coming. I'm the best kept secret. I sleep in there, a little sleeper, you know. I come in and sneak in. Hey, I'm here, you know.
It's kind of related to that. They did end up rebooking the fight, but for a second there, it looked like Rafael Adesanya wasn't going to have an opponent next week. Would you have happily stepped in 5-rounder against him next week?
Next week?
I mean, you can't now. He got rebooked, but I'm curious if you would have.
You don't want that answer, brother. You don't want that answer, because I'm cutthroat, okay? I'm cutthroat and I'm fucking real, okay? And I know shit that you don't know is behind closed doors, and I'll fuck people's lives up if I say what I want to say. So I'm just gonna shut up and not say anything at all, okay? Trust me. Maybe when I see you on the side, I'll tell you what's up. You know what I'm saying?
Bobby, over here, one person, like you talked about wanting money fights and all of that, one person with whom you've had this sort of rivalry thing going back is Jalen Love. Do you still harbor ambitions of one day getting to fight him?
Jalen Love? Hey, bro, I'll fuck that guy up. Fuck that guy. You know, he thought he was gonna punk us MMA guys. We could box too, bro. Don't think we can't box. And like, a lot of them boxers be trying to bully us, you know? I can box with the best, you know? Put me in there with any boxer, I'm gonna box with the best, you know? My style's different, but there's some boxing in there. I love to box. Tell Jay Leon, I said, what's up?
He came back to the ring there on the undercard of Jake's last fight. Are you, like, obviously you didn't get to see it. It was only just for the people in the arena, but came back at cruiserweight a bit weird. Like,
and it was only for the people what?
It was only for the people in the arena. It wasn't on TV.
Oh yeah, exactly. That means he ain't fucking entertaining.
What do you make of him making a comeback? And do you think he's a realistic future opponent for you, or is that just kind of pie in the sky talk?
A future opponent. If I can cross over there or if he can come over here, which one would that be? Because I would have to leave and I can't get out of contract, you know? Mm-hmm. And so I really don't got much to say about guys like that. I'm not going to even give him too much clout. You just tell him I said, in your face.
All right, thank you, Bobby.
Hi, Bobby, over here.
What's up?
The great city of Houston loves you. You can tell by the fans' reaction to you. How do you plan to celebrate with such a great victory in this great city?
Man, I just want to love my family, you know, go home. I haven't seen none of my family, like my kids. I haven't seen none of my friends. I've been locked away for the last 5-6 weeks, you know, getting ready for this fight. So I just really want to go home to the people that mean the most to me, give them a little love. Be honest, fighting is my side job. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. My coach was telling me the other day, he's like, fighting's your side job. I got other things I do. I got to go back to work. So I do everything. I don't stop working, bro. Like, when they call me, I'll get back in the I'll get back in the camp and do what I got to do. But I got work to do. You know, I do taxes. I'll be in a warehouse. I'll be doing so many other things, bro. Like, I really do. I got so many other jobs and so many other businesses to make money. Whatever I got to make money.
Do you have a message to send to your family if they're watching this right now?
The same message that I always have is I'm here to inspire, here to motivate. Jeremiah, Isabella, Tabitha, Jacob. Jacob, happy birthday, by the way. My son's birthday was on the 10th, so happy birthday, Jacob. I'm just here to inspire you guys and let you know that you can do anything. Like, you have the blood of your daddy, you know, the heart of a lion, and know that because I do it, you can do it, you know, and put yourself through anything. I was watching Muhammad Ali, and he said, men went to the moon, you know, and Christopher Columbus wouldn't have discovered the world if he didn't take a risk. So I want my kids to know to take a risk, you know, take a risk. If we don't take those risks, it'll never be worth it. You'll never find out who you are.
Thanks, Bobby.
Right here, Bobby. Bobby, over here.
Yeah.
If you do win Fight of the Night like you hope, what would you do with the money?
Put it on my house. I got a goal of paying my houses off this year. Pay my houses off, you know? And that's all I'm really about, is getting rid of all debt.
How many houses do you have?
I have 2. I gave my third baby mama money for her house, so I wouldn't count it as my third house, but I gave her money for the house. So 3 if you want to count it that way. I just want to pay off the 2 that I own.
You alluded to your striking style earlier. Is there any fighter, whether it be boxer or MMA, that you take inspiration from?
Yeah. Muhammad Ali's number 1. My jab comes from Muhammad Ali. I picked that up from him. When I was in foster care, I used to live with this white family, and the dad just knew I was like a messed up, damaged kid, you know? So he'd take me and put me in front of Ali videos as I was a kid, and I just watched him move. I watched him jab, you know? And so that was the first beginning. And then Floyd Mayweather, that's why you see the shoulder roll and all those things. Floyd Mayweather, I watched every Floyd Mayweather fight. It was like a ritual for us to get together, because he was the only black person that we had to look up to fighting-wise, you know? And I even dissed him for a minute, you know, because that's a whole long another other story. But I dissed him for a second, but I still have to put respect on his name and know that I took some of his skills.
What do you make of boxing pundits that say Tyson Fury could be the most talented heavyweight boxer ever?
You gotta give it to the kid. I love it. I love the dude. And more than that I love his style, he's an excellent person mentally and what he brings. You know, he brings a whole package. You can let him talk all day and he fucking talks circles around you, you know? So Tyson's fucking dope. The Gypsy King.
Just taking one back here to Texas. What do you think about you that resonated so well with them? Is it the things you say, or is it the manner that you carry yourself and what you do, willing to go out there and fight? What do you think that you had such a big pop here?
If I had an idea, I'd do it all the time. I can't tell you, bro. I'm surprised myself. You know, it's just happening. I think people are just finally catching on a little bit, you know? I'm just being me, brother. I'm who I am, and if you accept it, you accept it, you know? I'm just a loving individual trying to spread a little love, a little happiness, a little light. And hey, they fucking loved it, and I love it too, you know?
Congrats on victory.
Thank you, guys. Anything else? Peace.
Someone was going to ask who his favorite basketball player is by the time we're done with that press conference. I mean, who cares what he thinks about Tyson Fury as a heavyweight? He's a lightweight UFC fighter who just, I mean, come on. You know, it's easy for me to take shots at people, and that's not a shot. It's just, it was a dumb question. But I literally sit here, Jeff, and I'm thinking to myself, Bobby Green's amazing. I love this guy. I mean, I was just texting Scott. This show's awesome. We're talking about Rogan, the decay of American society, Neil Young. I mean, keep on rocking in the free world that isn't free, where the hippies who protested everything are the ones conforming. What the hell's going on here? I don't understand. But anyway, we have great sound. We have great video. We have shots from inside the arena. And you are here for all of this. If you're loving it, please subscribe, hit that bell. We love you. Hit us up in the chat, no matter what you think of what we're saying. Jeff is been around a long time. So have I. We're both 50. We're turning that corner, and we're the elder statesmen in this country now. Generation X is becoming the baby boomers in the next few years, minus the 700 million people they popped into the world. But that's another story. So
God
Jeff,
help us all, Jim.
What the hell did Bobby Green mean when he said, I'm going to ruin people's lives if I say what's on my mind, so I'm not going to say it about Rafael dos Anjos? I mean, what the hell could that be? I was thinking about, I'm like, whoa, what could he possibly say?
I don't know. You know, who knows? Who knows? He said, you know, that we don't know, you know, the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, and we don't on all of it. But yeah, I agree. That stood out to me as well. I was like, what the hell? He's going to ruin somebody. You know, it's like it had to be something pretty damn big. You know, it isn't just like the guy was a dick in training or something like that. If you're going to ruin somebody's life, that has some pretty big implications.
I mean, he's busy. He's got 2 houses. He's paying for his baby's mom's third house. He's doing taxes. He's working in a warehouse. He's fighting. I mean, what Bobby Green should be doing is a damn podcast. I mean, really, when you think about it, that's what he should be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got an interesting story. You know, he brought up the foster care there and growing up with a Caucasian family, which, and then the Muhammad Ali stuff. You know, I mean, it would be a good podcast, man. Yeah, I like Bobby Green. You know, he just got to put a bunch of wins together. That's just the nature of the sport, man. But yes, I think that guy's marketable. Go ahead.
Yeah, he looked great tonight. I mean, he really looked great tonight. He was fantastic, dominating performance, 30-27 all the way across the board. Mm-hmm. And then so did, you know, Renato Moicano, just absolutely pummeled and then submitted Alexander Hernandez. Great performance by Moicano, too, at 123 of round number 2. So Bobby Green and Moicano back-to-back opening the card, man, it doesn't get any better than those 2 performances. And we have now Brunson in the octagon, Cannonier on the way. It's MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 271 from Houston, right in the heart of Texas, where we think, you know, COVID does. And the mask mandate, by the way, I'm living in Vegas now. The mask mandate was just lifted in Vegas, and it's on the side of all the buildings. And so you don't have to wear a mask walking through the casinos or the stores in Vegas anymore. But no matter what you feel about that, and that just literally happened in the last couple of days. So things are kind of, you know, changing. People's attitudes are changing. There's always something going on in this country. But Jeff, we've talked a lot about all these things. Do you have anything else to say about the Joe Rogan thing or about any of the things that we just talked about before we get back to the fights? Because these 3 fights are worthy of our full attention, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I want people to realize that are watching, because I'm definitely left, and some people I work with are definitely right. We're all on the same damn team, Jim. I mean, what we're really arguing about is who should be the starting quarterback and what plays we should run. But we're all on the same team, and that gets lost. That gets lost. And so I would try to keep that in mind. That Joe Rogan is just out there trying to feed his family and have it make a good living. That's what Bobby Green's trying to do. It's what you're trying to do. It's what I'm trying to do. We're all trying. As Henzo Gracie says, we're all in the fight of our life, and we point at each other and bitch at each other, about stupid shit that we can't control, and really is meaningless. I can't control whether or not the governor says you're going to wear a fucking mask. I can't control whether or not we get vaccines. I can't control any of that
you
stuff.
can
But
control
people
whether you
bicker
wear
about
one.
it.
It's an individual choice,
yeah.
and you can control whether you wear one. I can control whether I wear one. And I want to
And
ask you real
everybody's a
quick
different.
because now Cannonier's in the cage, right? You said we're all on the same team. We're all in this together. We all share this country. Hell, we all share this planet. And the more we fight and bicker and we got so much shit going on with Joe Rogan, we missed what fucking Putin said this week about a nuclear war. Am I the only one who saw that?
Yeah.
I mean, literally no one's talking about what Putin said about a nuclear war with China and Russia.
Oh, I'm talking about
right?
Look.
And we're talking about Joe Rogan. This is, unbelievable.
Well, Putin's definitely a person where I don't understand certain Americans who side with fucking murderous dictator piece of fucking shit Vladimir Putin, who guess what, everybody? Newsflash, the Russians cheated again in the Olympics. Let him go. I mean, it is what it is.
Are violating everybody's human rights over there during the Olympics. It's like, oh my God.
Well, why the hell are we having an
Olympics?
Why are we having an Olympics in fucking China to begin with? Why the fuck? I mean, I don't give a damn. People can talk about cancel culture and everything all you want. When you got a human rights violations that China does, when you have Tiananmen Square on your fucking conscience, we don't do an Olympics there. We don't do an Olympics in Moscow. And fuck Vladimir Putin. Fuck him. And if he wants to go and go into the Ukraine, then fine. We got nukes too. Then let's just go. Let's just fucking get up on Monday morning. You hit your button, we'll hit our button, and we'll just end this shit. Fuck Vladimir Putin. Since World War II, we've had a balance of power in the world until Vladimir fucking Putin wants to come around here, kill all of his opponents, right? Screw an entire country's economy, and then start taking over countries like he's Hitler.
Putin just killed our background. Putin's taking us down. But anyway, so here we go. Okay, you said starting quarterbacks. So I'm going to ask you who you got in the Super Bowl. I'm going Rams in the points, but Brunson and Cannonier are literally about to throw down, and you're talking about two elite fighters who have only lost to the best of the best. Cannonier at light heavyweight to Glover, Jan Blachowicz, Dominic Reyes, and at middleweight to Whittaker. And Brunson loses and fights his way back from Jacare, from Yoel Romero, from Whittaker, from Anderson Silva, which he won, from Jacare again, and from Adesanya. So they've only lost to the best of the best, both these guys. And this is interesting here because Cannonier is a -165 favorite, and Brunson's at +140. He hasn't lost his blonde Brunson. He's a great wrestler. He's got 9 finishes, but Cannonier is just a next level freak of an athlete. And so this is a fight that, really it shouldn't be a co-co, but with Derek Lewis on the card in Houston, I think almost in almost any other city, this would be the co-main, but in Houston, it's the co-main.
Yeah, and Cannonier is landing, his right hand early. This is an interesting fight. I'm surprised that he's the favorite because I feel like Brunson has the better resume, and if not the better resume, he's certainly fought high-level competition. Both of them have. But I would slightly favor Brunson in this fight because of the wrestling, but who knows, man.
He's got a single leg locked in right now, Jeff. He's got a single leg locked in. He took a couple elbows to the head, but he's about to get this takedown. How the hell is Cannonier still on his feet? He's got one leg above his head. Finally, he goes down to the canvas because literally Brunson had one leg this high in the air, and Cannonier somehow stayed on his feet for about 10 seconds, but now Brunson got the takedown. And with 3.5 minutes left in the round, Cannonier's now back up on his feet, and he was kind of sprawled with his back against the cage and his butt on the ground there. So he's back on his feet. Brunson immediately shoots back in and underhooks from Cannonier, stuffs the takedown. So Brunson got his takedown. Cannonier did a real good job getting up, and there's 3 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, this is smart game plan for Brunson early. You slow Cannonier down. You take away the punching power a little bit. Slow the speed just a little bit. So I think this is smart. I think, of course, this is Brunson's fighting style, but early in this fight, this is exactly what he needs to do.
And they're slanging some leather back and forth right now. I love this fight. I love both these guys. They're warriors. They're solid professionals in every sense of the word. I mean, you think about what they've done in their recent fights. Brunson, I mean, he literally dominated Darren Till and made Darren Till look like he didn't belong in there with him. He beat Kevin Holland easily, Shabazian, Heinisch, and Theodoro, and that's what you talk about. You lose to Jacare and Izzy, you got to beat Theodoro and Heinisch and Shabazian, and then you get Holland, and you finally get Darren Till. But now you get another very highly ranked opponent in Cannonier, and Cannonier has only won one fight, a unanimous decision over Kelvin Gastelum, and Kelvin's fought Whittaker, Izzy, and Cannonier. So talk about a guy who, who probably should be breaking down these fights somewhere. I've talked to him about all these guys, and I got some insights from him about Izzy and Robert, and he talked about how great Kelvin, after the Whittaker fight, told me, man, Whittaker's he goes, that dude's a beast. He's unbelievable. And he thinks he's going to beat Izzy, I think, this time around. But Brunson relentlessly punching into attempted takedowns. And Cannonier, Jeff, a former heavyweight and light heavyweight, so strong at 185, very tough to take down. Brunson got one, but that's it so far. And Cannonier's strength is really paying dividends for him here.
Yeah, and he's like you brought up, he's so strong and he's athletic. He's able to, he moves really well. He's fast.
You got him again.
Pay if you make mistakes.
That's two.
That's interesting that Gastelum picked Whittaker to win. I'm picking Whittaker when we get to that. I'm going to pick Whittaker to win tonight. But it's a complicated matchup. It's a complicated matchup. It's interesting though, because Kelvin's been in there with both of them. Kelvin's been in there with both of them. He gave Izzy's probably toughest fight at middleweight so far.
And the famous words out of Izzy's mouth were, you're not going to beat me. I'm prepared to die. And I interviewed Izzy on the red carpet of the Hall of Fame that summer. The fight was I believe, in April. And I talked to him in July. And he said, I told him I'm willing to die in there. So I'm also willing to kill. And I said, you want to win that bad? He said, no, I'm willing to kill. And if you're willing to kill in the octagon and you're willing to die in the octagon, that explains why you're a great champion. That explains why you win all your fights except for one, Jan Blachowicz. But it's really interesting because you're right. Whittaker was very competitive and looked very good. And Brunson just nailed Cannonier with a big left, and now he's on top of him with 15 seconds left in the round. So Brunson scored the 2 takedowns. He's got his back now. He's got 10 seconds to work for a submission, and he's got a rear naked choke in. He's got 7 seconds. Can Cannonier hold on? 3 seconds. Is he going to do it? Oh, yes. No tap. Oh, wow. That was close, Jeff. That was as close as you're going to get. So not only does he get taken down twice, he gets nearly submitted at the end of the round. I mean, Blonde Brunson came to fucking brawl tonight.
Was that a knockdown, Jim? I didn't catch it clean. I just saw Cannonier fall. Was that a knockdown? Because if that's a knockdown, he got 2 takedowns and a knockdown.
That was very close. I believe it was a knockdown because that was a powerful left hand. Cannonier just got worked in that first round. All he did was defend the takedown. He didn't get any offense going. He missed wildly with most of his punches. But let's see. Oh, it's a right hand. See, here's the thing. Is it a knockdown? Cannonier was charging in. His feet were up against Brunson's feet. He was leaning backward with his momentum as that punch came in. Is that a knockdown?
Yeah, well, one of the 3 judges will score a knockdown no matter what. I'm looking at the replay now. Oh, no, I think that's a knockdown. Yeah, I would score that a knockdown. It's not a like a flash knockout. He is off balance, but that's a clean shot. And he went down. Yeah, I would score that a knockdown, but that's just me.
And Brunson right in on a single leg again. He's got that leg, and again wow. Brunson's unbelievable. I mean, what is going on with this dude?
He's a beast.
He's on fire.
I don't know. I'm bleaching my hair tonight. Blonde. I'm going blonde.
Me too. The blonde hair is the superpower here, man. I mean, it worked for
It's
Eminem
weird the things.
with the peroxide in his hair, like you just talked about. I mean, Brunson's doing it, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it worked for Pamela
Yeah.
Anderson, right? I mean, that show Pam and Tommy's out right now on Hulu. I mean,
Is it any good? I haven't seen it. I haven't even seen
watched
the
it. I
Motley
would
Crue
never
thing
watch
on
it.
Netflix.
I would never.
Yeah, I'm
I-
not into it.
I would
either,
watch
but-
the Motley Crue movie, The Dirt, but I would never watch the Pam and Tommy story because I really just wouldn't.
I haven't watched it yet, but I
Brunson-
mean, I kind of
Yes,
lived it.
man.
I mean, I know all the stories. But Brunson's a beast. Man.
Brunson's the
I-
wrestler,
like I
man.
said-
Brunson's the wrestler who, you know, and he's that guy in the wrestling room. And anybody who's ever wrestled who's watching this, you know, no one ever wants to mess with the dude. No one ever wants to scrap with him. He never gets tired. He never runs out of energy for a guy that big. I mean, he just wears you down and beats you up. And for a guy as big and strong as Cannonier fending off those takedowns, he's a pretty good striker and a pretty good boxer, Cannonier himself. But I mean, he's not coming anywhere near with any of these punches. And Brunson's making him, I hate to say it, but Brunson looks like he's just on a whole another level from Cannonier right here.
Yeah, it's just Brunson's skill sets, and it's difficult. You know, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. He'll take you down and wrestle you if you get comfortable. But if you stand up and let your hands and stuff go, he shoots in for a single, and so he's hard to deal with. But he's definitely beatable. He's definitely beatable. We'll just see if Cannonier's able to do it. Right so far, he doesn't look like he is, but everything changes with one shot, maybe. Oh, he did land a stiff right hand right there for me. I think I'm about 20 seconds behind you, though, Jim.
The only thing Brunson's doing is throwing combos and punching into the takedowns. He's just so good at it and so fast, and he doesn't run out of energy that, I mean, that's what he's doing. Every single fight, every single sequence in this fight, he's throwing combos and he's throwing that left into a takedown.
Yeah, it's not complicated. It's not complicated at all. It's just difficult to stop. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's throwing a 1-2 punch, closing the distance, changing levels, and then wash and repeat. The problem is this doesn't work against the two in the main event. That's the problem with Brunson.
No chance it works against either one of them. You're right. That's a great point. That's why he's been beating everybody to get to this point. And then, you know, he loses to the very top guys, which we've seen a lot of guys do. Ryan Bader did it. You know, we've seen a lot of guys do it for years. You know, you beat everybody else and you lose to the very best guys in the world. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And that's what this game is all about. And again, you said it at the top of the show because Whittaker said it. The drop off after Robert Whittaker, because Whittaker and Izzy are very close, I believe. The drop off after those guys is immense in this division. And you're looking at, you know, these guys right now. I mean, the drop off is literally immense when you go from Whittaker. And you know what? Maybe not as big with Vettori as with Cannonier, Brunson, and I believe Paulo Costa is better than either one of these guys. You know, I'd put Paulo Costa ahead of either one of these guys behind Vettori, who he wants to fight again, and completely awkwardly called out Paulo with his call outs, man. It's crazy.
Oh, here we go to the podium.
What do we got here? Who do we got here at the podium? Jeff Kane on MMA Weekly from Houston, Texas. This is Moicano. Hanato with a big win
This is
over
Hanato.
Alexander
We
Hernandez
got pizza back there
by submission.
and hot
He's
wings.
looking for food. Hanato Moicano with a brilliant performance. The win. He beat him up and then submitted him. You gotta like it. It's kind of like what Amanda Nunes did to Misha Tate at UFC 200. Just beat him up and submitted him.
Well,
And apparently
congratulations on the
Yeah.
victory. What are your initial thoughts
There it
after
is.
such
All
an
right,
impressive
MMA
submission
Weekly.
victory?
Hanato Moicano.
I thought I did enough, but my first round was no good. You know, I took him down, but I didn't capitalize on that, and I trained for if I put the guy down, the fight is over. You know, so congratulations on him to stand up, but I think I have to watch the fight again to see what I did wrong. You know.
Do you think, going off of that, do you think it's something that he did well or just a mistake you made that he was able to capitalize?
It's hard to say. I have to watch the fight because usually I am really good in this position, you know. So I think was a combination of both. Thank you, Coach. It was a combination of both, yeah.
Did anything else in there surprise you, which with what he brought to the table?
No, I expect like explosive, well-rounded fighter. You know, I know he's good. He have good wins. He knocked Benil Dariush out. He he fought like really good guys. I expect that you know, but I feel I could do more. You know, I'm better than that. I could finish him in the first round. So I think I have to watch the fight again, see what I did wrong, and try to correct for the next one.
In the lead up to this fight, he was very upset that your fight was originally on the early prelims. He felt it was an insult that he wasn't fighting on the main card because he was from Texas. Eventually, you guys did get there. But did you hear any of that? And did you think your fight should have been on the pay-per-view originally?
Man, I have been fighting UFC for a long time, and I have a lot of main cards. You know, I usually don't fight in undercards sometimes. But I don't really care, you know. In the end of the day, it's about fighting, it's about winning, it's about making money. I don't care about. It's nice if more people see your work and more people follow you, but in the end of the day, I don't really care.
And it seems like you were saying something to him after you held his hand up. What were you saying to him?
No, because yesterday in the weigh-ins, I was staring him, you know, because I want to finish him, you know. I want to beat him, but I don't want to disrespect him, you know. But I was looking in his eyes, and I didn't see he put his hand, you know, to shake my hand, and I didn't see, and I keep staring him, and I just, when I watch on the Twitter and Instagram, I saw he was trying to shake my hand, and I feel bad for that, you know, because I don't want to be disrespectful. He's a man, he's a fighter, he deserves all respect, you know. It's about beating him, but not disrespecting him.
And then we didn't get to hear your post-fight interview in the cage, but people online seem to really enjoy it. So what exactly did you say out there?
I cannot tell because my English is so bad, even I don't understand. You know that? I just try to talk, but my English is shit. You can tell, you know. But I don't really. I was, from what I remember, I was asking for money, you know, to get the bonus of the night. And that I love USA, and I love Brazil, and that's it.
I have one for you. How are you going to celebrate after this great win?
I'm going to go to the hotel with my coaches. I'm going to shave my head, and I'm going to call my wife.
Awesome. What are you planning on eating?
Depends.
Pizza.
Yeah, no, not pizza. I like pizza, but I like chicken wings. I love chicken wings. They're hot, and like steak. You know, I heard like Texas is really good with steaks, and I want to go to the bar, like a churrascaria. Do you know Brazilian churrascaria or something like that? All meat that you can eat, and Coca-Cola and all that stuff. Because I have been missing soda.
Awesome. Hope you have a good dinner.
I ate churrascaria twice this week. I hope you don't hold that against me.
What?
I ate churrascaria twice this week. The Brazilian steakhouse.
Ah, that's.
Sorry, it was.
Do you have a recommendation for me? Like, do you have?
It was called Casa o Brazil or something like that. But it was okay. It didn't remind me quite so much of like the ones in Brazil.
Okay.
But the only thing I'm going to ask, why shave the head? What's the deal with that?
I don't know. I don't know. My hair is too messed up. I want to shave it.
Just going to start from scratch.
Yeah, start from scratch. It's like a new beginning, you know. I was thinking about that. Like it's a new beginning. I finish the guy. I'm gonna shave my head, then start all over, and try to book a fight as soon as possible, you know.
So what is the starting over?
They are saying me. There is a thing that I can ask for the UFC. I want to ask for the UFC. Everybody call me Moicano, right? Even if when I go to the hotel, everybody call Moicano. But Moicano is not my last name. But everybody thinks it is. My last name is Carneiro. Moicano is my nickname in Portuguese. And I ask them to put on my clothes. I want people. I want to ask UFC to put Moicano on my clothes. That's why. I don't know.
That's good. So is the hair? So is that part of what you say starting over? Is that like a new approach that you want to take to fighting going forward, or is this just a personal thing that you just want to refresh and restart?
No, I want to. It's a personal thing, but it's also a fight because I'm as a fighter. You know, I cannot say which one is which. You know, I'm like I train so hard, and my life is fighting. So I don't know what is life, what is training, what is fight. So everything is mixed together, and I want to shave my head and like restart, think about new possibilities, thinking about trying to be the best. Try to grow from this fight to the next one.
Congrats on the victory.
Thank you so much.
All right, so Moicano's the nickname, and that's interesting. We learned something new. He likes hot wings and Brazilian steak, but he was a brilliant win over Alexander Hernandez. And meanwhile, Jeff Kane, holy crap, Jared Cannonier, who was getting worked by Derek Brunson, lands one elbow in the clinch, changes the whole fight, scores a takedown on the wrestler, and throws some of the most nasty, gruesome, filthy, damaging elbows I've ever seen in the octagon, and just bludgeons Brunson half to death to win the fight. Unbelievable finish by Jared. I mean, unbelievable finish by the Killer Gorilla.
Yeah, things were not going his way, and they got in that clinch position, and he landed that shot on the break. And like you said, it changed the whole outcome, hurt Brunson. Then he was able to hit him with that elbow and score the takedown. And oh my God, watch the replay, people. Jim is not, that's not hyperbole right there. Jim is telling the truth. Those were some of the most devastating elbows on the ground I have ever seen. Wow.
Yeah, and I want to throw props to the guys, and I can't find the other guy's name. It's been a while since he was. So there's two guys in the chat right now who are actually watching the fights and staying in the chat with us and helping us keep everybody up to date. And one of them's Death to Ming. So I really appreciate those guys for doing it and still being here with us, which is awesome on MMA Weekly. Our numbers are going through the roof right now. We love you guys. Please, like, subscribe. There's no dislikes on there. There's a whole bunch of comments. Get engaged, get active with us in here. That's what we're here for. If you want to throw us a super chat, we're not opposed to that. So we're definitely not opposed to that. We're happy with that. Look, the octagon in all its glory. There's nothing in the world like seeing the octagon in the middle of the floor of an arena that's packed with fans for a big fight. And we still have two more. The hometown boy, the wannabe boxer trained by George Foreman, the guy who was put in jail for a probation violation, who eventually became the all-time leading knockout artist in the history of the UFC. You couldn't write. Speaking of a movie, Derek Lewis, hello. Gets another opportunity at a huge fight in his hometown. Last time this happened, he lost the interim title fight to Cyril Gane, and now he gets another opportunity. And speaking of opportunities, Jeff Kane, Tai Tuivasa gets the opportunity of a lifetime moving up to fight a guy. And you said this earlier, with Derek Lewis ranked number 3 in the world at heavyweight right now, and Ngannou's out. You got Cyril Gane, you got Stipe, who knows with Jones. Lewis could find himself in another title fight. Tuivasa, though, at number 11, with a win over a guy like Derek Lewis, could jump ahead of half the top 10 in the rankings with a win tonight, and he could drink some dirty beer out of someone's shoe and make himself a fortune. I mean, what an opportunity for him.
Oh, this huge opportunity for him. And look, him and Lewis both say this isn't getting out of the first round, and I kind of believe them.
Yeah.
They're going to come out there and just throw big shots, and both of them have really good chins as well. I don't know who's going to win this fight. I think it's going to come down to speed whenever we see which one's faster once the leather starts flying. This is a great matchup. I'm still in shock at those elbows on the ground from Cannonier. Holy shit, man. I'm going to have nightmares on that.
Those are, we're talking point blank, elbows right above, and we're talking just bang, 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 bang.
Clean.
Straight down. Clean into Brunson, who was bloodied and probably didn't even know what hit him. The elbow and the clench, that's unbelievable. That's some serious Muay Thai right there from Cannonier.
Yep.
That's just guts and heart. I know John Crouch really well, and Randy Steinke, who's in his corner from the MMA lab in Arizona, where I used to live. Weird saying that I used to live there, but it's kind of, I've known them. But Jared Cannonier, he was a heavyweight. He was a light heavyweight. He found his home at middleweight. He's only lost to the best guys in the world. So now the fight to make has got to be Cannonier and Vettori, right? What else is there? Unless one of these guys is going to get a title shot against the winner of this fight, but there's no guarantee, because if Whittaker wins and it's close, Izzy's getting another shot. It's going to be a trilogy. So I mean, who knows right here? But Cannonier's in a really good position, coming off a win over Blonde Brunson, who was actually dominating his fight. And think about this: if Brunson had gotten that submission going 5 seconds earlier at the end of round 1, I mean, maybe 10 seconds max, completely different outcome where Cannonier gets dominated. And we're talking about Brunson for a title shot, but now it's the exact opposite with what Cannonier was able to do in there, which is why I love the sport so much, which is why I love these fighters so much, everything they stand for, everything they're about, the warrior spirit. For Cannonier to do that, man, I got goosebumps. I'm fired up. I'm ready to jump on this damn screen. It was unbelievable.
Look, I agree. That choke was under the chin, right? I mean, you're right. 15 seconds left in the round. Cannonier probably goes to sleep. There wasn't. He makes it out of that round, and then that's what's so impressive to me about that win is that none of that fight was going Cannonier's way until he landed that elbow in the clinch. And it's so easy to get discouraged, right? I mean, you're getting taken down. You're getting outstruck for the most part, and then you come back and win like that. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. I like the Vettori matchup. We'll see what happens in the main event. If Izzy wins, maybe they do Cannonier. I don't know. But I like the Vettori fight, but you don't want Vettori to get another title shot, right? He's lost twice.
Unless Whittaker beats Izzy and knocks him out, and it's a big, then you see Vettori and Whittaker. I could see that happening, but I feel like Cannonier and Vettori, they're contrasting styles. He just fought a great wrestler in Brunson, but I mean, you almost feel bad for Brunson because he was doing so well. He was executing the game plan to perfection, and then on the break out of a clinch, boom, here comes an elbow out of nowhere, man. I mean, that is just nasty. It's as high level as you can get. There aren't 20 guys in the sport who could do that. I mean, maybe, but what Cannonier just did, I'm in shock. I mean, you got to watch this fight over, guys. I mean, you guys who are watching it in the chat, what do you think? You know, you guys who are watching this and you're in the chat room at the same time, when have we seen elbows like that coming out of a break, you know, in the clinch? And I'm sure we've seen them before. Nothing's coming to my mind right now.
I mean, John Jones used to do that a lot, but not like that. Not like that. Now, I mean, I don't know. There's not a lot of people that's landed elbows like that on the ground. That was just absolutely crazy. I mean, you'd have to go back to Pride when Rampage was fighting a couple of guys he probably shouldn't have before he lost to Vanderlei the 2 times, you know, because I don't remember elbows. You know who actually threw good elbows was Travis Brown. I'll say that as far as the heavyweight division goes. I kind of forgot about Travis Brown. Especially those, you know, whenever somebody was trapped in the single leg and he would land those elbows. But not like that, man. That was a Muay Thai clinic on the inside of a clinch. The guy's on the break and boom, changes everything.
Unreal,
like I said, I'm going to have nightmares about those elbows on the ground. I mean, I'm going to wake up.
Good luck beating him for knockout of the night. I mean, you just give him $200,000 right now. He gets every performance bonus. But I mean, good luck beating him for knockout of the night. And who's walking out right now? The all-time knockout king, Derek Lewis, the Black Beast in Houston. And you still have Izzy, who knocks people out. Whittaker, who knocks people out. You still got some, and Tui. So you got Tui the Shoey. You got Lewis. You got Whittaker. You got Adesanya. But I mean, good luck taking that away from Cannonier tonight. You're going to have to really do something special to get that $50K away from him. And maybe you get your own $50K. But I do believe in this fight right here, Jeff Kane, we're going to see a spectacular knockout. I mean, we're going to see a guy in Derek Lewis get in there. I mean, and think about this guy for 1 second. I mean, I love him. He's a walking quote machine. He's 37 years old. You know, and look, Cyril Gane was athletic, was quick. He wore Derek Lewis out, and what Ngannou did against Gane was incredible. We didn't get to finish that show and beyond during that fight. It was incredible. But the loss to Cyril Gane, I mean, he came out and he knocked out Chris Daukaus. These two guys just each fought less than 2 months ago. I mean, these are big heavyweights who slang heavy leather. I mean, and you look at, you know, Derek Lewis fought Daukaus on December 18th, knocked him out. Tuivasa, I believe it was December 11th. The last time he fought, it was probably a week before Derek Lewis, and it was Augusto Sakai, and it was December 11th. So these guys both fought 2 months ago. Here they are again in Houston, And I can't wait for this fight to start with Derek Lewis walking out to the octagon, about to step in right now. The hometown fans going crazy in Houston, Texas for Derek Lewis.
Yeah, this is a weird matchup because it's something we don't see every day, and it's two fan favorites. You know, it's like I bet there's a lot of conflicted fans that don't want to see either one of these guys lose because they're so likable. But one of them's going to go to sleep. One of them's going to go to sleep. Wow, Tuivasa's only 28. I did not realize that. He's got a while, Jim. He's got a while in this sport.
No, and Derek Lewis has a big reach advantage too, which for him is huge in any fight. I mean, 79 inches to 75, a 4-inch advantage. He's 9 years older. There's only an inch difference in height. Lewis a little bit taller and 1 pound heavier. They both hit like a damn Mack truck. Derek Lewis, I mentioned, is the all-time leading knockout artist in the UFC. I mean, the most knockouts in UFC history. Derek Lewis. I mean, look at his pro career overall and the number of knockouts he has, and it makes sense. I mean, probably the one that comes to mind the most for me was Volkov, because he was getting worked and he knocked him out with 10 seconds left. You know, Dawkins knockout. Curtis Blades, that was a big one when he changed levels and came in with the uppercut, knocked him out. Alexei Olenek. I mean, Derek Lewis won a couple decisions, which was weird. But, you know, when I think about what Lewis has done and the number of knockouts in his career, I mean, he's got 21 knockouts in his pro career. 21 knockouts. 21 people have been put to sleep by Derek Lewis. 21 people, right? And when you look at Tuivasa, on the other hand, he's got 12 knockouts. You know, so you got 33 people who have basically been laid to rest by these two humans who are about to fight right now. And this is the sport that we love. And we just saw what Cannonier did, and now we get this.
Yeah, this is a great co-main event. And, you know, it's Houston, so the place is going crazy for Derek Lewis right now. And like he brought up, he's the greatest knockout artist in the history of the UFC, literally. And that, you know, and he's going up against a guy who's a lot younger, who is also a knockout artist. Like I said, I think this fight's going to come down to speed, and I don't know which one's going to be faster until we get into these exchanges. I think Tuivasa has kicks that Lewis doesn't have, but we're going to see, man. Lewis has power. That's the great equalizer.
And Lewis has been knocked out a bunch of times in his life, and Dos Santos is the only guy, I believe, the Junior Dos Santos, who has knocked out, you know, Tui the Shui. Tuivasa, you know, is another nickname. So he's only been knocked out once, but he has knocked out 4 opponents in a row. Stefan Struve, Harry Hunsucker, Greg Hardy. Thank God anyone who knocks out Greg Hardy. I love them. And Augusto Sakai. So, I mean, literally, here they come. But the thing, he's Samoan. I mean, when you think about Tuivasa, I mean, he's half Samoan and he's half, you know, from an indigenous tribe. And so when you think about that, I mean, he's from you know, New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. So half from an indigenous tribe, Australian, half Samoan. I mean, it's very, very difficult to knock those humans out. They just don't get knocked out very easily, if at all. So for Lewis to knock him out is not going to be as easy as some other people. And for Tuivasa to do it, who's throwing leg kicks now, and everybody tries to take out Derek Lewis's lead leg. And of course you want it, right? But he's throwing leg kicks early, which is very smart for him. He's not apparently just going to stand there and throw hands with him.
Yeah, it's very smart. You take a little bit of power away from Derek Lewis, and you tie him up. You know, you do exactly what Tuivasa is doing. But what we do know about Derek Lewis is he carries his knockout power all the way to the end of the fight, as we saw when he scored the knockout with 10 seconds left. And so I don't know that this stuff pays dividends other than wearing Lewis down and slowing him down. I don't think you take the power away from him, but yeah, you're going to slow him down a little bit.
And of course, we're waiting for Jared Cannonier, the killer gorilla, to head to the podium. As soon as he does, we'll go there on MMA Weekly, which is always tough for us because we go to the podium when the co-main event's on, and we don't want to do that, but we have a choice. We're not going to split screen it, you know, and you're not going to hear the press conference and hear us at the same time. So interesting. But Tuivasa's got Lewis tied up against the cage. He's got his arms underneath Lewis' arms, he's got the underhooks under there, but Lewis has tied him up, and now the referee, Dan Mergliata, who almost got Frank Mir killed by Kubrat Pulev in triad combat by Triller, separates them. So Lewis is off the cage, and they're ready to start throwing again. And Lewis, in a southpaw stance, throws a head kick. How about that? Derek
Ooh.
Lewis, the head kick from the southpaw stance. Things you don't see every day. And Lewis is trying to throw a flying knee now. Oh, Lewis with a big right. Tuivasa just ate it. Oh, man, that was oh, wow. Who takes that shot from Lewis? Only a half Samoan, half Australian. That was crazy. We're both speechless, apparently.
I tried to like bring the screen up and I hit the freaking volume. And so my audio came on from the feed and I'm like, oh shit. So I muted my mic and then had to get back over there and get the audio off.
We never heard the audio from the feed. Tuivasa reverses Derek
Good.
Lewis, who had pushed him up against the cage. Two nice left elbows by Tuivasa to the right side of the face of Derek Lewis. And then, Lewis with a takedown. Look at this. Head kicks, takedowns, flying knees for the knockout artist.
Oh, and he's opening up with right hands, big ones, as Tuivasa is trying to get to his feet.
I think you're a little ahead of me, but now Tuivasa's up.
Okay.
Under a minute left. I'm at 54, 53. Lewis takes him down again. That's 2 takedowns. Wow. Derek Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, I think
takedowns.
that.
Oh,
yeah, and
a
I'm
lot
guilty
of
of it too. Yeah, I'm guilty of classifying Lewis as a one-dimensional fighter, and he's not as one-dimensional as people think that he is.
He's not. He's fought pretty well off his back in the past, actually, too.
Mm-hmm. And a man that size, you never want on top of you, and I don't care what their level in jiu-jitsu is, right?
Tuivasa hit him with a big knee right under that left rib cage. So 10 seconds left. I mean, a very busy round number 1. They both said it wouldn't get out of round number 1. They were wrong.
Yeah, they were wrong. But that's an incredibly busy heavyweight fight, which we'll see who's gasping for air in the middle of this round, because that's usually when we see it about midway through the second is where we'll see somebody's gas tank run out a little bit.
Derek Lewis with a beautiful inside trip and takedown and some right hands, but Tuivasa not shrinking from the moment at all. And Lewis landed some big shots. I'd have to give that round to Lewis 10-9, but Tuivasa, I mean, making a nice showing for himself. Derek Lewis, though, some big shots. I mean, you can just see, I'm watching the replays right now, and Tuivasa's chin is absurd. I mean, it's
I think Lewis won that round with the takedown and then the series of right hands that he landed as Tuivasa was trying to get to his feet. I'm looking at it now, and those are solid right hands that Tuivasa.
Almost anyone else would have been done.
Yeah. Maybe anyone else,
Man, maybe anyone else. Good point. I mean, I got the numbers in front of me here. Let's see how many significant strikes and head strikes Lewis landed. I mean, he landed 17 strikes to the head. Derek Lewis hit you 17 times to the head, and you're still there.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Wow. Yeah, you don't see that.
We talked about his chin.
Tuivasa looks great. I mean, he looks great. In between rounds, he still looks fresh. He's Lewis might be in for a long night, man. He might have found somebody that he can't sleep.
I mean, is that even possible?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
I'll tell you what, man. Like, I know, like, it's hard. It's hard to punch a Samoan guy in the head. I mean, in the face. It's just, I know my old radio partner was an NFL player, and he tried it, and it didn't work. He shattered his hand. But Lewis unloading now, knocking him back with big rights, and Tuivasa starting to feel him. But these are heavy, heavy right hands from Derek Lewis. And Tuivasa is still not only in this fight, he still apparently has all his wits about him as he's being pushed against the cage. And he's taking every shot to the point where Lewis live odds is at minus 360. And coming into this fight, he was a huge favorite anyway at minus 185, but minus 360 right now.
Yeah, and
Tuivasa throwing some elbows now. How is he taking it? Lewis cracked him. How is he taking these punches from Derek Lewis?
And you know what that does to the. I mean, you're a knockout artist. The most knockouts in UFC history.
Lewis! Oh, Tuivasa just knocked out Lewis with an elbow. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He ate 100 significant shots from Derek Lewis, and he gets the knockout, and he put him to sleep with one shot.
Wow.
Okay, Cannonier might have lost the bonus, Jeff.
Yeah, or he's splitting it.
Oh my
God. He hit him right before the elbow. Hold on, right before the elbow, you'll see on the replay, he lands a big right hand that looks to have hurt Lewis, and then the elbow finished him. Face planted him.
Oh my God.
Wow. Now we got to watch disgusting shoeies. Ooh.
Oh my God, and we still have Izzy and Whittaker. Wow. I mean, how many punches can you take from Derek Lewis and still be alive? And he finishes the fight. Oh my God.
That little exchange right before the knockout, it looks like Tuivasa might have landed a left and then a right, and then the elbow was just
right under the chin. And Lewis just crumbles, and it was actually, wow. Just to the side of the temple. Yeah, there's two elbows. Yeah, there's two of them. It was the second one that knocked him out. And Lewis just tumbles. It was the second one that knocked him out. Two elbows, one under the jaw and one to the side of the temple. Just wow. Oh.
He landed a nice little 1-2 right before that first elbow, and then a left.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah, Tuivasa, in real time, I didn't realize he was landing those shots in that exchange. Ooh. Face planted him. I mean, just face planted him. That's crazy.
Derek Lewis hit him in the head 29 times. 29 times in a round and less than a half. He hit Tai Tuivasa in the head. He landed 28 significant strikes. Have we ever seen Derek Lewis land any more than 10 significant strikes and not knock someone out?
Sorry, they were showing the commentator booth, and Ben Bisping lost his mind. Well, Tuivasa, man, that's a guy who's jumping up significantly in the rankings.
Oh my God, man. He literally took Derek Lewis hit him 29 times in the head. I'm going to say it again. Derek Lewis hit him 29 times in the head. I have no words to describe what's more impressive, his chin or those elbows. But what's this shoey going to taste like?
Derek Lewis is never going to fight in Houston again.
Don't you, Jeff? I want to do one just because of what he just did.
I'll never do a shoey.
I'll do a shoey if I take the shoes out of the box brand new. I'll do a shoey.
Yeah, okay. That I'll do. All I'm going to say is Derek Lewis should not fight in Houston again. It's not working for him.
I do not even understand. I know he's incredible with his chin, but good Lord, he took shot. They're showing, the left and the right from Tuivasa. There was one elbow that kind of set up the second elbow, or was there? Oh, down goes Lewis. Boom, just timber. Straight. There's 265 pounds just dropping straight down on top of his own head. Literally.
Yeah. Hands limp down to his side. It face planted him. And
a great stoppage by Mergliata.
Oh, yeah.
An obvious one, but a great one.
Yeah, I agree. I just can't believe, boom. That's back-to-back fights. An elbow inside the clinch changed everything.
That is just crazy. How do you top what Jared Cannonier did? You knock Derek Lewis unconscious after you take 29 shots to the head from him. That's how. Oh my God, these last two finishes. Can you ever think back, Jeff, in all the years you've been covering the sport, two finishes back to back like those two? Good Lord, man. I can't think of it right now.
No, I can't right now. I'm sure that it's happened, but not elbows inside the clinch though. No. That
two
was
elbow
crazy
knockouts
right
in a row.
Yeah. by the fighter who was losing. By the fighter who was losing is what's so crazy about both those fights. I guess
Oh, they're branding the shoes now. Look at this. They're getting smart. Look at this.
the lesson to
And
be
it's
learned is work on your elbows in the clinch. They're effective.
Wow. This guy just did a shoey with Tuivasa. I mean, what a night for him. Hey, you got to be happy for this guy. He's a great dude. That's just incredible.
And he's young.
If you had Tuivasa, I mean, what did he have? What were the odds there on Tuivasa? It was Derek Lewis was -1. Tuivasa was +155. So you didn't win a fortune. But man, wow. What do you guys think in the chat? I mean, this is just unbelievable what we just saw between Cannonier and Tuivasa. And Jeff, again, I don't know what's more impressive. The number of shots he took from Lewis without getting knocked out and apparently without even being phased. The number or the elbow where he completely knocks Lewis unconscious, or the number of shoeys he's doing right now on the way out of the arena. I think he's on like fourth one.
Yeah, that dude might drink everybody in the arena under the table. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, like you said, I'm impressed with the shots that he was taking, the composure that he kept while getting hit by a guy like Derek Lewis. And then, I mean, and he's young. I mean, he's got a long time in the sport, a decade or more. What a big win for him, man. What a big win. Props to him. New star, Jim. New star.
I mean, new star, good. I mean, who's going to knock him out? You're going to have to be an athlete and wear him down and do what Cyril Gahn does. I mean,
Cyril,
you
yeah.
just legitimately don't want to be in there with a guy like that. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I don't, I mean, Whittaker to win by decision is a huge number. Literally to win by knockout, Whittaker's +700. So if you have Whittaker, Jeff, by knockout, you might want to phone that in or get it on your cell phone right now.
I actually do. That's
knockout, you bet 100 to
yeah.
win
That's
7.
actually my pick. Yeah, that's actually my pick.
So Jeff Kane has you betting 100 to win 7 on this fight with Izzy and Whittaker and Israel Adesanya. I mean, here's the odds on this fight. You don't hardly ever see odds like this where Izzy at -295 and Whittaker's at +240 for a former champion like Whittaker and a guy who's as great as he is to be that big of an underdog in a fight like this against a guy like Izzy. It shows you how great Adesanya is. But it also tells me that these people didn't really watch the first fight, because if you really watch the first fight, like Jeff said in the beginning, and that's why we're here. Hello, the experts, not the odds makers. Odds makers, experts, completely different. Just so you know, they're thinking about the money. We're thinking about the fight, and that's what it should be. But the point is, Adesanya is not that much better than Whittaker. He wasn't that much better than Whittaker in the first fight to be this big of a favorite. Now, maybe Robert Whittaker, people think Izzy's in his head. I don't. And you mentioned, Jeff, the exchange at the end of round number 1 and the exchange that ended the fight where Whittaker stayed in the pocket just a second too long to get nailed with that counter hook and get finished. And he was really doing well in round number 1. And I remember that fight. I remember it like it was yesterday. And I watched it again this week. And it wasn't really, this fight between these two guys was, October of 2019, I want to say. It was toward the end of, October of UFC 243. We're on 271. It wasn't that long ago, but it was long enough to where Izzy's fought Till, Cannonier, and Whittaker has fought Till, Cannonier, and Gastelum to get back to this. And Whittaker has made all 3 of those guys look like they're nowhere near his level. He won all of them by unanimous decision. He didn't finish any of them. And Izzy, went up and lost to Blachowicz. He beat Vettori a couple of times. So, you're looking at Whittaker coming back and getting another shot. But, I mean, in that first fight, there were some times where Whittaker landed some leg kicks. He did miss badly with some punches. But, again, I mean, he looked
got aggressive.
Good. He got a little too aggressive and stayed in the pocket. But he did land some good shots. And the one that finished him actually came 2 punches after Whittaker landed a very good right hand. And Izzy hit him with the counter left, backing out of the pocket, the left hook.
Yeah, I feel like Adesanya's defense relies on athleticism. And when that happens, a Chris Weidman shows up and clips Anderson Silva. So that's how I feel about this. Except Whittaker, I feel is better than Chris Weidman ever was. But that's just my opinion. Sorry, Chris Weidman.
Oh, this whole division. Can you imagine Rockhold, Weidman? I don't know. I mean, Anderson Silva in his prime is a different animal. I mean, he'd have competed in any era against anyone and been great. Here's Jared Cannonier. Speaking of being great, that dominated in the first round, almost submitted by rear naked choke.
Congratulations on the victory. What are your initial thoughts after a violent end to the fight like that?
Derek Brunson on MMA Week.
What are my thoughts?
Initial thoughts.
Oh, yes, I did it. Just like I said I was.
That first round was obviously very wrestling heavy. He was just, even when he would miss takedowns, he would still continue forward, trying to take you down. Is that pretty much what you expected from him, especially in the first round?
I mean, that's what we all expected, right? We've seen it before. We'll see it again probably, at least 2 more times. That's what he said, right? So that's exactly what I expected. I expected him to go for those shots. I expected to defend them more. But I did expect him to maybe I didn't expect him to be successful. Of course, we planned to be successful in our defense, but I was prepared for him to do that. You know, anybody who's watched me throughout my middleweight career, we've seen this before. They get the takedown once, maybe twice. But as soon as they get tired, I mean, that's a lot of work for them to try to get that takedown. And then if they do get me down, I'm getting right back up. And I've gotten even better at getting up, you know? So it was business as usual. It wasn't really hard for me to get up. It wasn't really it was hard for him to try to keep me down though. So it definitely showed. He slowed down big time in that first round, and he was super slow in that second round.
I was going to ask, the broadcast made it seem like they thought he might have been hurt or just completely exhausted. Did you just get a sense coming into the second round that he something was different after that first round?
Well, the pressure that I put on guys, it wears on them big time. And if you're going to wrestle, your cardio is going to get taxed as well. So it was not only was it physically fatiguing, I would assume it was mentally fatiguing. So like I said, you know, when I get in there with my opponent, I'm going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're going to get smaller and smaller and smaller, and they're going to have nowhere else to go. So that's how it went.
Were you aware that I think his corner threw in the towel at the end when you were?
Yeah, my corner was telling me that they threw the towel in they tried to save him some brain cells at the very last minute. So that's a good corner, you know, because I was on top and I was finna write down hell on him, and I did, you know. I did exactly what I said I was gonna do. I turned Blonde Brunson into Blood Brunson.
And we were speaking with someone in here during your post-fight interview. We could see you getting animated. I think you were pointing at Dana White. Well, I assume it's someone named Dana White yelling something. We couldn't hear
somebody named Dana White.
Yeah. We couldn't hear what you were saying. So I assume you were calling for a title shot?
Of course. What else would I be talking to him about? Either a title shot or the bonus. You know, I think it was the first TKO knockout on. It was the first knockout on the thing, but then Ty just did his thing. So I got some competition apparently, but I think I did better. I don't know, whatever. I mean, whoever makes those decisions make those decisions, but I at least got my 2 checks and a title shot.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hi, Jared, over here. You said that you didn't want to be called the Demolition Man ahead of this fight because you didn't want there to be any adversity, but there was some conflicts.
No.
Well,
like I said, it was easy for me. Like you see my career, they get the takedown. They've even said it in the promo. They get the takedown, but they can't keep him down. It's not hard for me to get up. I train with some of the best. I train at the best gym with the best wrestlers in the world. Okay, so yeah, you can take me down. Hell, I'll even lie down for you, but you ain't gonna keep me down.
Awesome. Enjoy the fight, the main event.
If I can, shit.
Jared, did you get to talk to Dana afterwards, or have you had a conversation with him yet?
I did. I mean, did you see me talking to him?
I saw it, yeah.
Yeah, I got his attention. I made sure he looked me in my eye. I looked him in the eye. I looked him in his eye, and I said what I had to say.
The general consensus going into this was that if Brunson won, it was going to be tough to maybe get a title fight for him, but it seemed like the idea was that were you to win, you will be fighting for the title next.
Yeah, it was the same thing with the Robert Whittaker fight. You know, I guess people don't really want to see rematches too much. But, you know, that's not really wasn't my concern. My concern was just to win the fight. We were just focusing on what he was going to try to do and what I had to do.
And lastly, what would a world title mean to you?
all of this hard work coming to fruition. You know, that's the path that I'm on. I mean, that's the only reason why I would stay here in the UFC is to go for the title. I'm no journeyman. I'm no gatekeeper. I'm the killer gorilla.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jared over here. You still have Marvin Vettori in front of you in the rankings. Would you be willing to fight him before a title shot, or?
Did you not hear what I said to Dana? Did I say, Dana, I want to fight Marvin next?
Thanks.
All right, I guess that kind of scared everybody off. Killer Gorilla,
Yeah,
still
hey.
in beast mode. I'll tell you what, Jeff Kane, I want everybody to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell right now, because this is the most fun we could ever have. We're kids in a candy store right now. Izzy's walking to the octagon. Whittaker looks a little uptight. Izzy looks serious. Whittaker looks a little uptight. Tuivasa, I'm guessing, will probably after the main event. Usually that's what they'll do. Maybe he will before, but we'll see. You're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 271 in Houston, Texas. One of the biggest stars in the sport, a guy who gets it. He knows how to command the spotlight. He's a devastating fighter and finisher. He dances his way to the octagon. Israel Adesanya, the last style bender, one of the greatest champions we've ever seen in the UFC, got past the baton from Anderson Silva, signed a, from what I'm hearing, huge contract this week with the UFC to extend it. Stuck up for Joe Rogan. He knows how to put on a show. He's got supreme self-confidence. He tried to go up and win a second belt, couldn't do it against Jan Blachowicz, but he's got a 4-inch height advantage and a 6.5-inch reach advantage on Robert Whittaker, who had a lot of trouble hitting him in the first fight. He's got knockouts, he's got finishes, including one over Whittaker, and he's got a ton of fans all over the world who love everything he does. The guy just gets it. He's a superstar, and here he is, about ready to go into the octagon and defend the belt again at UFC 271.
Yeah. Whittaker's going to need to, he's got to get inside. He's got to pressure Adesanya, but you can't chase him, right? You can't just let Adesanya pick you apart in the counter-striking situation. You've got to cut him off, and you've got to beat him to the punch in some of the exchanges. I think that Adesanya is hittable, right? He had a huge reach advantage over Kelvin Gastelum as well, and Gastelum hit him a bunch of times.
A lot of times. That's a great point.
I feel like Whittaker learned a lot the first time, and I feel like Whittaker thought he was going to run through Adesanya when they fought first, and so that's why you saw him get all aggressive and sort of fight him with no respect, and they paid the price. I think we're going to see a different Robert Whittaker tonight. I think we're going to see the same Israel Adesanya. I don't know.
How many?
I'm picking Whittaker to win, but we'll see.
He's won 11 fights in a row. I mean, you think of it at middle, or 10 fights in a row at middleweight, second longest. You know, Anderson's the longest, right? How many was Anderson? Where was he at?
I do not know what Anderson's was. Anderson's was a lot, man. Lot.
Yeah, sometimes you forget how many in a row that a guy won. And Anderson Silva, of course, one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest of all time. I mean,
I want to say like 17, but don't quote me.
Yeah, 17 or 18, I thought, right? Thought it was 18, but he went from 17-4 to 33-4. So 17 to 33, that's 16, right? 16 in a row? Yeah, 16 in a row. So he's got a few more to go. So
16 in a row.
Though, with Adesanya, man, I mean, he's got supreme confidence. He's got everything in the world going for him. He's making a ton of money. He didn't have to worry about anything with COVID this time. Really kind of, throwing a monkey wrench into what he was doing. But these two guys, and Jeff's picking Robert Whittaker, and I love Robert Whittaker. I mean, you won't find anybody who's a bigger fan of Robert Whittaker than I am as a human. I've interviewed him numerous times. I love everything about him. He's vulnerable as a parent. He looks uptight, man. He looks uptight. He's very tense, very focused, and I don't like that tension. I don't like his whole body. I just don't. When I see how tense a fighter is, like he is right now, right before the fight starts, I don't like it for that fighter. And that's one thing I'm looking at right now. I don't like it.
Yeah, I agree with your read on Whittaker. He does look tense. We'll see, man. I mean, sometimes that plays in your favor, and sometimes it doesn't. Where it doesn't a lot is you're tense, and so you gas quicker, you slow down quicker because you're tense. But we'll see, man. This is going to be. I think Adesanya is extremely confident, and maybe that's why I'm picking Whittaker, because I'm just like, well, man, I feel like this dude's too confident. But we'll see. Adesanya can beat anybody, but I feel like Whittaker can as well. Whittaker needs to use his kicks. Pick when you exchange with Israel, and don't get into one of those I'm going to stand in front of you and box with you kind of a fight.
No, and at 24-5, Whittaker, the former champ, is at plus 240. And I want to mention one thing. Wars that fighters go through in their careers tend to take years, and they really do have an effect on their future performances. Those two wars against Yoel Romero that went the distance in 2017 and 2018, I mean, fighters aren't the same after wars like that. But Izzy had his war against Kelvin, as you mentioned, and he came back, and has been better than ever. So it's interesting to me. And Izzy was knocked out cold in kickboxing, and let's not forget about that. And that guy's in the UFC right now.
Yeah.
You think about that too. So, but it's Whittaker. Jeff, I agree 100%. The Whittaker who fought Till, who fought Cannonier, who fought Gastelum, he won by unanimous decision. But the movement, the kicks, the punches, mixing things up the way that he did, and those three fights against, granted, not Israel Adesanya, but that's the Whittaker who needs to show up tonight to win this fight. For Adesanya, he's just got to do what he's always done as they come to the center of the octagon right now. And I mean, that height difference is huge between the two of them. Whittaker's thicker. Almost every fighter's thicker than Izzy when he fights him. He's loose. He's pliable. He's athletic. He can knock you out. He's like, they call me Bruce. With my left foot, I can do it with my right. With my left hand, with my right. I mean, you don't know what Izzy's hitting you with. But, man, Robert Whittaker gets another shot to win back the belt that he once wore around his waist. And Adesanya gets another opportunity to prove his superiority and just expand upon his legacy as a great champion. And here they come, Jeff Kane. Round one underway.
Yeah, I cannot wait for this. I just want to see the adjustments Whittaker has made more than anything. That's what the most interesting thing about this fight, because he has to make some kind of adjustment. And then, do we see the same Izzy, or has he made adjustments? Because we've certainly seen more of Whittaker since that fight than we have Adesanya.
Yeah, and Izzy's great at, I mean, he's obviously fights the same out of either stance, whether it be orthodox or southpaw. And the way that he moves his lead hand and the way that he moves his feet, his arms, I mean, it's just so, it makes me dizzy watching it on a screen. I can only imagine what it looks like when you're fighting him.
Yeah. Well, and he does sort of what Anderson used to do. He kind of lulls you, right? He fights in spurts. He sort of lulls you, gets his time, lets something go. He's hard to deal with. And I feel like a lot of guys get to watching him, same as they did with Anderson, instead of fighting him. I don't think Whittaker's one of those guys, though.
Whittaker's thrown 3 leg kicks and missed each of them by about 8 inches or more.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just hard to get in there against that reach of Izzy. It's just hard to get in the pocket. I mean, it really is. It's one of the toughest things for anyone who fights Adesanya, and he just missed with a head kick, a front kick, trying to go Anderson Silva there and changing stances. But it's just so hard to get in there and land anything because of that advantage he has.
And especially here early, where Adesanya's fresh and he's got all the speed and everything. But standing out at distance is not going to slow him down. This is early, right? We're in the 90-second mark of this fight. So they're both feeling each other out, getting their timing and distance and everything. But I feel like we're getting into a pattern of Whittaker standing outside in front of Israel Adesanya, which we know how that works out.
It's not going to end well for Whittaker if he does that all night. But, I mean, Izzy just hit him with a pretty good leg kick. But it's just Whittaker coming in and lowering that head and charging in, throwing that left. That's what got him hurt last time. So It's
Yeah.
just you have to maintain your patience if you're Whittaker. You can't get frustrated. And Whittaker just landed a nice counter left. There was not much on it, but Izzy came in. And one thing Adesanya's doing in this fight so far with some success is hitting that lead leg of Whittaker with his go-go gadget right leg, because it's literally a mile long. You know, they don't measure leg reach, but geez, if they did.
And they should. They should. That's actually something Joe Rogan's talked about in the past, is that there should be, for MMA, a reach on your, boxing, your hands, and a reach on your legs, because it's important.
You know, Eugene Behrman and Izzy's coaches saw something with Whittaker, because he's thrown 3 front kicks to the head, and Whittaker knocked down by a left hand. He's in trouble. Izzy's thrown 3 front kicks to the head of Whittaker, but he got knocked down by a straight left that just right there on the button. Right there on the button. There's some footage of Tuivasa after the win against Derek Lewis doing a shoey up there on top of the octagon. Whittaker shooting in for a takedown. Very good idea. Almost got it. Very close. I was wondering about that coming in this fight. He's got some good wrestling. But, I mean, he just can't hit him,
when
man.
Whittaker,
it's frustrating.
Yeah. When Whittaker got knocked down, he immediately bounced back up. I don't think he was hurt by that. But like you said, he's been able to do absolutely nothing, which at this point in the fight, you're starting to question, shit, man, I made all these changes in the gym. I thought I studied the tape and none of it's working. So it's time to start charging Adesanya, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, Adesanya.
So that's what we're going to see.
To the midsection.
Yeah.
It's I mean, Whittaker just can't hit him. He just can't hit him. He's not even close with anything.
No, and so Whittaker at this point really and truly just has to rush in, right? You just got to rush in there and make this a dirty, ugly fight. Because you're not going to win a point fight against Israel Adesanya. You're not going to. Not very many people in the world are going to.
No, he's just a filthy striker, man. I mean, he really is a filthy striker. There's no other way to say it. It's just ridiculous how good he is. His hands are down at his knees right now. Round number 1's over. Dominating performance in round number 1 by the champion.
I do like that Whittaker started going for the takedowns, and he is checking the leg kicks. And so, I mean, but I feel like he just has to throw caution to the wind and say, fuck it, man. I'm either going to get knocked out or I'm going to knock him out. I can't win the fight the way the first round went.
I mean, what do you tell Whittaker in his corner? He swings a little wildly. I mean, it's frustrating when you can't. I mean, they said no naked strikes. It's frustrating when you can't hit someone.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. If I were in this situation right here, I would either go guns blazing, where I'm coming out and I'm literally just going to rush you and constantly, and I might walk into a punch and go to sleep, or I might knock you out, or I'm just going to back up to the fence and let you come to me, not even come at you.
One of the guys in the commentary booth just said something that I was thinking as they said it. Whittaker looks defeated. He looks discouraged on the stool. Like, what the hell do I do against this guy? You know,
I agree with that.
And the left that knocked him down, Jeff, the left that knocked Whittaker down hit him in the upper chest, not the face, which is good for him. But, I mean, he has not been able to solve or come near solving the riddle of Adesanya, the way he's changing stances. You know, he can't get in there and hit him. He can't even hit him with a jab. It's just, wow.
He can't even land a leg kick. You know, I mean, okay, he doubled up on his jab and went in. I mean, he just missed with a head kick. Okay, so he's doing some things. I'll give that to him. I don't know if they're going to be successful, but he's at least mixing it up.
He's mixing it up. There's Whittaker at the weigh-in the other day. But, man, this is and you're talking about an elite, top of the top, former world
Whittaker
champion who's
a nice
amazing.
left hand right there.
With no, I mean, just Izzy's making him look silly. And this is, I mean, he's as good as anybody in the world, Robert Whittaker, very close. and he does not look like it against Adesanya, and that's how great this champion is. You better appreciate what you're watching. We all better, because Adesanya is about as high level a striker, and maybe the highest level of striker that we've ever seen in the octagon. I don't think
I
I'm
tell you
going
what,
too far.
Whittaker is bothering him a little bit with those counter lefts. He's not hitting him with them. He's putting them out there though, and that's the most success Whittaker's had in this fight. So at least he's mixing it up a little bit in the second round. It isn't as bad as the
kicks
first.
his head off, until he gets kicked in the head coming in. I mean, that's what you got to watch out when you're coming in with those, is that head kick.
100%. But right there, he just, I mean, I don't know where I am with you, but he just doubled up on his jab and he landed the left hand on Adesanya. Adesanya does carry his right hand real low, and so I think that's smart.
Yeah. And Robert's throwing some head kicks here. I mean, look at his
Whittaker
ease.
just landed a stiff left hand.
Yeah, and a nice takedown to follow it up. A nice takedown to follow it up for Whittaker. This is by far the best moment of the fight for him. Adesanya's great at getting back up. He's hard to take down, and Whittaker just landed one. I mean, he stuck that one. So he punched his way into it. He landed it, like Jeff said, and now he's clenched him up. And if you're Whittaker right now, you do not let go. You throw knees. You do not let go of this dude at all. You got your hands on him.
Nope.
You're in tight. You haven't been able to get near him. You do not let go. You hold on for dear life if you're Robert Whittaker right now.
Yeah. And I've gotten bad about where I'm just watching Robert right now and not watching Izzy. So I apologize for that. But Robert's the one that has to make the changes. You know, he's the one that has to make the changes.
Yeah, and if you dip
but
down,
see,
you
this
have
is
to
what
watch
we
that
needed.
elbow.
Yeah, I mean, he got the takedown, and he had him pressed against the cage. And he's landed shots. So Whittaker's made changes between rounds. We'll see how this plays out, but a much better round so far for Robert Whittaker.
And Adesanya
Hell, he might be
got
winning
off
this
the
round.
Maybe. Adesanya hasn't landed much. He just got the leg kick there, but minute and a half left. A good round for Robert Whittaker after that first round.
Sometimes maybe get the nerves off. You know, I'm in here now. I'm in a fight. I got this. I don't know, man. I don't want to get into the psychology.
No, and the other thing about it is, he got knocked out he got knocked out in the first fight. After that first round, to do what he just did, the confidence that he feels right now, as opposed to right before that happened, is night and day. Yeah. He has confidence now. He has belief in himself that he can actually get something accomplished against Adesanya, and that's monumental in this game.
I agree. And you're in there. You know, you're in there now. You know, you got through the first round. You know, this guy's not invincible. I just got to be smart. Nice leg kick, but Adesanya's jab is underrated. It's long.
But Robert's got him timed out when Izzy throws a jab to throw a counter left at him too. Yeah, I mean, that's actually coming pretty close. I love it as these fighters time each other out and they figure each other out, and you have to make more in-fight adjustments, and it becomes a chess match. I mean, it's so much more. Anyone who thinks it's just a fight, it's literally unbelievable what these guys are doing. The adjustments in there. 5 seconds left in the round. And I got to say, man, 10-9 Whittaker, 1-1 going into round 3.
Yeah, you're about same as earlier, about 20 seconds faster than me. I have Robert winning this round. This is pretty close, though, because Adesanya is doing some things here at the end. But I tell you what, Adesanya, in the closing seconds of this fight or this round, Adesanya his output has lessened. And so maybe he's a little more reluctant to come in because he's getting hit with some of those left hands and the takedown. I agree. I think it's 1-1 heading into the third.
And I want to point out, I'm watching it right now, clear as day. Whittaker breathing very heavily on the stool, having his right eye worked on by a doctor. Adesanya standing up with Eugene Berriman. He just doesn't get tired, man. The guy's a machine.
Yeah, and Adesanya likes that. If you watch his breakdown little videos that he does on YouTube, he talks about that a lot. You're always in the fight. And I'm standing and you're sitting on the stool and you're looking across at me and you won that moment. You won that moment. So I don't know, but yeah, Whittaker's sitting down. He doesn't look as defeated as he did after the first round.
No, confidence is everything. Bisping just said it. I got the captions on. So Robert Whittaker and Adesanya into round number 3. We're going to go right to the press conference after the fight. So as soon as they're done with the interview in the octagon, and as soon as we're going to go right live with the press conference and keep it here on this stream on MMA Weekly. Remember, subscribe, hit that bell so you know when we have more content coming your way. What a week it's been in Houston. What a show it's been tonight. Maybe our best one we've ever done. We appreciate it. We got some good numbers coming in, and we love you guys in the chat. I mean, Whittaker is at 4 minutes, 20 seconds of round number 3, coming in with that left, that double jab. That double jab has been pretty good. I mean, who knew it'd be a double jab? But, you're coming in there anyway, and he's timing you out, and then you just throw that second one behind it. It doesn't hurt Adesanya, but like you said, Jeff, last round, it's annoying. He doesn't like it, and it's throwing him off. And Whittaker just hit him with another left when Izzy threw a kick. So, and I don't know how anyone scored that last for Adesanya.
This is getting very interesting because, when I talk about this fight, I feel like Whittaker was humbled in the first fight, and he's taken this fight a lot more professionally. Like, this is my job. I have a riddle to figure out. Where I feel like Adesanya gets hit a couple of more times, his confidence can go way down where Whittaker's couldn't have. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does, and Whittaker, to his credit, and I love this about him, he's maintained his patience. And look, his last 3 wins were unanimous decisions where he did the same thing. So he's become a much different fighter. He's evolved, as they all do, the great ones. And he just got hit with the right hand, didn't really hurt him. He's a tough dude. I give him all the credit in the world because he has maintained his patience, much like Davison Figueiredo just did against Brandon Moreno. To maintain that patience and not just bum rush a guy like that. I mean, it takes a lot. And you know that, Jeff. You've been around a long time. It takes a lot for Whittaker to just stay out there. And I mean, he's at the 3rd level for most of this fight. There are 3 levels, and he might be in the 4th level right now. I mean, he's like literally, you know what I mean?
And that was a great comparison because Figueiredo, when he got into those firefights with Moreno, is when he lost. I felt like he's the better fighter. He just had to do what he did in the 3rd fight, stay composed, and eventually you're going to land the shot. I don't know if it's the same for Whittaker, but I think the approach is similar.
But have you noticed now that Adesanya hasn't landed jack shit in 8 minutes?
Yeah.
I mean, literally
I
nothing.
I think that Adesanya is having a coming to Jesus moment, I guess, for lack of a better term. He's having to fight those demons.
Sorry, Jeff. Adesanya threw a head kick, and Whittaker took him down. There's another takedown for Whittaker. Izzy's back up, but Whittaker's kind of trying to take his back. He's got his leg wrapped around Adesanya. He's got his right leg wrapped around Adesanya's right leg. Now Adesanya frees it, and they're up against the cage, but Whittaker's kind of like digging into that left hip of Adesanya, who's he's on all 4s over there, and Whittaker holding on to him with everything he can. It's hard to take Adesanya down, and he's gotten him twice already.
It's just making him carry his weight. Just wearing him down. This is smart. Whittaker is a smart fighter. This whole complexion of this fight has changed since the first round. The adjustments that Whittaker made, the takedown attempts, and that double left jab that he's throwing as a counter has changed this whole fight. And now Adesanya has to make an adjustment.
He has to make an adjustment, and he hasn't yet. But Adesanya seriously downplayed and just poo-pooed it right away when people talked about, the Jan Blachowicz fight and Whittaker learning from that. But clearly Whittaker did learn from Jan Blachowicz in that fight and what he was able to do. And a real nice kick from Izzy to the lead leg of Whittaker stung him a bit. But 35 seconds left in round 3. I might have to give this round to Whittaker also. I really think Whittaker's up 2-1 if he maintains what he's doing in these last 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this is a close round, and Izzy hasn't done much. Oh, that was a hard leg kick. I just saw it.
Whittaker almost.
Whittaker's the one. Yeah, Whittaker's the one dictating the pace in this round.
He's fighting his fight. He just ate a good kick to the midsection. I don't know. I mean, it's close, but I'm just going right now. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Right. Whittaker's up 2-1 at the end of 3.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. I don't disagree. I'll say that those rounds are close rounds, but I scored both of them. I agree with you. I scored the second and the third for Whittaker. But those were close enough to where I feel like they were close enough where one judge is probably going to see it differently than me. Maybe not, though. But I tell you what, after the third round, the confidence is growing, and you can see it. You can see it. Now, Izzy's standing, but he doesn't look confident.
Whittaker's exhausted. And Adesanya's got something going on. I don't know what he's doing, but he's got something going on with his gloves or something. I mean, something with he keeps grabbing his gloves and touching his hands. I don't know if I don't think it's an injury, but he's got something going on with his gloves. I don't know if something's loose or.
With his output. Well, I think that was a very nice observation because considering that he's slowed down his output, he might have a hand injury. It makes perfect sense, right? Because he has that third round, he didn't throw a lot of punches.
Now I'm watching his right hand.
I know, I am too. I'm with you. I'm watching his right hand because he isn't throwing it.
He's throwing kicks.
Oh, nice left hand by Whittaker.
So far, just the leg kicks have landed for Adesanya, and that one left in round number 1 that knocked Whittaker down just below the chin into the top of the chest. That kick to the lead leg has been it for Adesanya for the most part.
Yeah, he's not throwing his right hand at all. Or so far, a minute into this round, he hasn't unloaded his right hand yet.
And if you're watching with us, and Jeff, I know look at the distance that Whittaker's keeping. I mean, he's got a body in between him, and I'm talking about a body laying down. He's like 5-6 feet away at all times. He's 5-6 feet away from Adesanya at all times. It's so smart. And now he got another takedown. He snuck in there and got another takedown. Robert Whittaker's got 3 takedowns of Adesanya, and now he jumps on his back. Oh, this is dangerous. He's on Adesanya's back. He wants to rear naked choke. Uh-oh. He's getting this is crazy. Adesanya fighting him off, but Whittaker, now he's off. That was Whittaker's
winning the round.
I mean, we're talking about a guy who had no confidence on the stool, 0 at the end of round 1, and look at what he's done. That's incredible. 3 minutes left in round 4. What Whittaker's done in these last 3 rounds, 2.5 rounds almost, is just, I'm speechless. I never thought we'd see that after the look he had on his face at the end of round 1.
I agree. I mean, Whittaker made the adjustments, and the momentum is totally in his favor right now.
That being said, 1 kick and it's lights out. 1 punch and it's lights out. So, and Izzy just threw a left head kick that just missed. This is wow.
I'm still watching that right hand.
Hasn't been much of a fight, I'll be honest. As far as an entertaining fight, hasn't been one. But what Whittaker's doing, and we appreciate it from a tactical standpoint, has been magnificent. Regardless of whether the fight's been action-packed or not, his strategy and his execution in the last 2.5 rounds has been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, he made the adjustment after the first round, and Izzy hadn't been able to really make that adjustment. Izzy just threw a right hand that missed, but he threw it. But after he threw it, he goes back to touching the glove like you brought up.
I think you're going to see something about that after the fight. He's touching it again.
I've broken a hand in a fight, and it sucks because it hurts like hell to use it, but you have to use it. But yeah, he's just touching that glove constantly.
Wow, Adesanya with some high-level martial arts. I mean, he threw a left head kick that barely missed and followed it up with a kick to the lead leg of Whittaker with his right foot. How do you throw those 2 kicks in a row? How in the hell do you even do that? I can't even. I'm just like, what did I just see?
Oh, but Whittaker with the little left jab, sneaky. Oh, yeah, I
Adesanya's
just saw
landed
the.
more significant strikes in every round, though, but Whittaker's got the
Has he?
takedowns. This is so close. So close.
Okay, look, they're starting to exchange a little bit more right here in the fourth, though.
I'm at 50 seconds. I don't know where you are.
It's not
Whittaker
up
looks
there.
really, what a completely different fighter. He's confident in there right now. This is awesome. You just get the sense something big's going to happen here at some point.
Yeah,
in the
I
near
feel like
future.
one of them's going to land a big shot here in a minute. I just don't know which one it's going to be.
Rob's got him pushed up against the fence again. And I mean, it's not exactly how you want to fight. It's not exactly how you want to see them fight, but it's what they feel like they have to do to get this win. It's crazy. This is just 10 seconds left in the round. I don't know who to give this round to. I mean, this is Adesanya with the leg kicks. I mean, I'm going 2-2, Jeff. 2 seconds left in the round. I'm going 2-2 going into the fifth. I really am. 2-2. Izzy won that round. Anybody's fight going into the fifth. What do you think?
The second, third, and fourth rounds are so close. I mean, I don't disagree with that. I mean, but I wouldn't disagree if you were saying 3-1 for Whittaker right now. Or, I wouldn't even go crazy if you were 3-1 for Adesanya. This fight has been incredibly close. This is an incredible. I'm glad I'm not a judge when it comes to this one. I know for sure that Adesanya won round 1, and I feel confident that Whittaker won round 3.
Whittaker's corner is saying double attack. You're not following with the right hand. Where's the right hand? Let's put this guy down. Double attack, go the double jab with the left, and then throw a right. Only way to get him, and that's how to put him down. That's cornering at its highest level right there for Robert Whittaker. Inspiring. And how about Adesanya? Adesanya is only breathing through his nose and still standing up in between. He's not even mouth breathing after 4 rounds. That's incredible.
It is incredible. It is incredible. And Whittaker's he's taking deep breaths, but he's not like labored or anything. I feel like we're about to see a crazy 5th round, Jim. We're about to see
he looked more tired earlier in the fight, didn't he, Whittaker?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that second win, you call it the second win, a little adrenaline burst or that confidence or whatever it is. It's wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat right now, man. It's all on the line. It's all on the line right here in the 5th round.
Man, it's just both so disciplined, both sticking with the game plan, neither one taking unnecessary risks or chances. This is and it's in Texas, which is unfortunate because the judging isn't all that great.
No,
this is a very, very tough fight to judge, man. Like I wouldn't want to judge it. It's easy for me to say.
No, this is an incredibly hard fight to judge. I mean, even if you're in Vegas, right, where they do them all the time, and you're right to bring it up that Texas judging is sometimes pretty wonky.
But now Whittaker scored the takedowns in the 2nd and 3rd rounds, which made me give him those rounds. I gave Izzy the 4th, but he did get outstruck. Whittaker got outstruck in every round. So maybe a judge has Izzy up 4-0 right now. We just don't know.
Yeah.
How do we know?
Yeah, we don't.
This is going to be one of those announcements from Buffer where the judges' scorecards are all over the place, possibly, right?
Yeah. And people are going to debate this fight big left hand by Whittaker, though, right there.
Yeah, and he's going for single leg. Can't get it. 3 minutes left, Jeff. Wow. And both the co-main and the co-main were so amazing and so violent. What just happened? Herb Dean stopped it. Was there maybe an eye poke? Yeah, it was eye poke.
It seemed like a long time ago when the co-main event happened.
Whittaker got poked in the eye. Poked in the left eye. He's fine. He doesn't want to stop. I mean, why would you? Your adrenaline's going. You're in the flow.
Yeah.
You're fighting well.
Couple minutes left.
Don't stop, man. I don't care about my eye right now.
And he landed a right hand right at the eye poke, you know. So yeah, I'm like, I'm fine. Get away from me, Herb. Go on your way, Herb.
And I wonder if you get inside of a minute in this fight, does Whittaker get a little more ballsy and get in that pocket and try to do something? Comes in for the takedown. He got it. Oh, Whittaker with another one. Izzy right back up. I mean, but Whittaker's got another takedown. That's four times in a fight.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen to Adesanya. Blachowicz did it. This is crazy. Whittaker's fighting like a G. But they both are. I mean, all we're talking about is Whittaker, and we don't mean to do that. It sounds biased, but
no,
it's just really impressive what he's doing.
Yeah, Izzy's doing good, man. Izzy's throwing kicks and stuff. He's just not putting together. Neither one of them are putting together combinations. So it's not even that. But yeah, we are talking a lot about Whittaker.
He's working for another single leg, and he lands a left out of the break. Izzy felt that one, but Adesanya staying true to who he is, and I mean, just I have to get the feeling that Adesanya, he has to know in his mind, he's so smart. He has to know he's got to do something here. You cannot leave it up to the judges with your belt on the line in the 5th round. And so
not in
you've
Texas.
got to do something.
That was a nice left hand on the break, and Adesanya went, which means he felt it, right?
Yep. Man, a minute left in this fight. Somebody's got to do something. Whittaker's going for another takedown, unable to get it, but now pinning him up against the fence a little bit, as much as he can. Whittaker's so strong, got that Aussie strength, you know?
Yeah.
But wow. Someone has, Peyton H says Rob is up 3-1. I don't know about that.
I mean, I could see that, though. I could see somebody scoring it that way. It just depends. I think Whittaker's winning this round. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I have this fight 3-2 for Whittaker, unless something crazy happens here at the end.
And again, it bears repeating, Adesanya's right hand has been non-existent since the 2nd round. Is he going to get taken down again? If he does, he's going to lose. 15 seconds left. No. But all Whittaker's done is pin him against the cage. And Adesanya wants off. The fans want him off. But Whittaker's so smart, keeping him there. He's not going to get a chance to strike again. They go the distance in Houston. What a fight, Whittaker. They hug it out. They should hug it out. That was a great fight. Now, it wasn't back and forth. It wasn't a war. It wasn't a ton of exchanges or anything like that. But it was two of the greatest fighters you're ever going to see in the octagon, especially in the middleweight division. You know, Izzy just grabbed Rob's arm and raised it up like a champion. This is incredible. This night in Houston has been absolutely incredible for the UFC. And it ends with the two champions who have held the belt back-to-back in the middleweight division. Israel Adesanya, the current champion, Robert Whittaker, the former champion, in the rematch. No finish this time, Jeff. They finished the fight, all 5 rounds. If Whittaker won, I mean, that 5th round is close, man. I swear to God, on my kids' lives, gun to my head right now, 3-2 Whittaker.
I have it 3-2 Whittaker. But I'm not going to be shocked if somebody scored it 4-1 for Izzy. I'm really not going to be shocked. But I think that's a 3-2 belt new. We'll see.
Man, this is crazy.
Friggin' coughing tonight.
Ooh.
They're showing some of the replays. I don't have any idea, and this is rare. I have no idea what the fucking judges are going to say.
Adesanya outstruck him in every round, and that's the thing. I mean, it's just
but the judges don't get that.
And Whittaker had over 3.5 minutes of control. He had the 4 takedowns. Izzy barely outstriking him in a couple of the rounds that I think Rob won. This is just, and I love both these guys, by the way, for the record. I love both of them, so I'm not biased against either one as a person, as a competitor. I love both of them. So I just think Whittaker outperformed Adesanya tonight. the adjustments that he made. And here come the scorecards. What do you think, Jeff? I'm still going 3-2 Whittaker.
I'm going 3-2 Whittaker. There was a left high kick that got through by Adesanya that I didn't see in real time, but that was nice. And Rob was just able to eat it.
48-47 for the new. Man, what a fight. What a night. The judges score the contest 48-47, 48-47, and 49-46. It's got to be. No, and still. Oh, wow. 49-46. Who in the hell had 49-46 for Adesanya? You should never judge another fight for the rest of your life. You should probably go pump gas somewhere after that. That's embarrassing. But 48-47, I get. I mean, that's it was that close. I can't argue. I mean, I really can't, Jeff. I can't.
I had it the other way, but like I said, I didn't know what the judges were going to score, and I don't know if I would have scored it the same if I watched it back. But in what I was able to see, I felt like Whittaker won 3 of the 5 rounds.
Who gave Adesanya either the second or the third round? That judge who had it 49-46 gave Adesanya either the second or the third. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's I mean, it is what it is. God, I'd love to see a third fight, but now
I mean,
Whittaker
he did land a
losses.
lot of leg kicks too. I mean, Adesanya landed a ton of leg kicks, and I want to see if he says anything about his right hand. Those front kicks. I mean, those leg kicks rather.
He's talking about it, I think, right now, because he's holding his right hand again.
Did you feel him slowing down? They really had an effect. Man, was his glove loose? Was there an injury? There's a lot of kicks landed by Adesanya that maybe we didn't take into account as much as we should have during the fight, which is something that Mighty Mouse was pissed about when he lost to Henry Cejudo. He came in the press room and said, I guess they don't count leg kicks anymore. Well, they counted them tonight.
Yeah, and Rob checks a lot of them is what's crazy about it. Look, and like I said, I admitted that what interests me about this fight is what changes Whittaker made. And so I did do a lot of watching Whittaker. And so I'll have to go back and watch this and watch Izzy the whole time. It's just a shame Whittaker has 2 losses to him now because I think that the trilogy is warranted.
It was so close. And I thought the takedowns won him the fight and the control won him the fight.
I did too.
I really did. But, man, again, a very tough fight to judge. Whoever had it 49-46 again, and one of the judges has been just god-awful all night long. But
here's Whittaker. Let's see. Yeah, there's no way Izzy was confident as those scorecards were being read. There's just no way. And neither was Whittaker, right? They're both sitting there going, oh, God. Until the last judge, right? If all 3 cards were 20 or 48-47, both of them would have just. I can't hear what he's saying, but.
Whittaker said, he was successful on the takedowns. DC saying that, but it just is a very close fight, an incredible tactical battle between the two of these guys. I mean, you'd want to see more exchanges, and Whittaker did look really bad in round 1. And when you open a fight like that, it leaves a lasting impression in people's minds. There could be some of that in there. I mean, it's just there's no arguing that decision. There's no arguing the result because it was that close. And man, I just think 2 great champions, 2 great warriors putting on an outstanding performance. And to me, an outstanding performance doesn't always mean it's the most action-packed fight with the most punches and kicks landed. It doesn't always mean there's a knockout or a finish of any kind or even any grappling, which there really wasn't in this fight. But to me, I just appreciate the art of mixed martial arts so much. That's what got me in this fight, Jeff, is the way these 2 battled and the way they tried to figure each other out, which they still couldn't do at the end of 5 rounds.
Yeah, Whittaker lost the first round and didn't look great, and he came out and made the adjustments in round 2 and was able to work in the takedowns. And Izzy, I guess he didn't have to make any adjustments. He was landing leg kicks. Yeah, I mean, that was such a close fight. Such a close fight. I don't consider that a loss for Whittaker necessarily. I mean, he lost. It's going to be on his
Yeah.
record. But I'm just saying, as far as like Whittaker's still the number one contender
Right.
in that division.
He's still the second best fighter. And, Cannonier's finish of Brunson, the comeback win for him when he was almost submitted and literally saved by the end of round one. Tuivasa eating 1,000 shots from Derek Lewis and then finishing him with an elbow to the temple. And then this as the main event. And not to mention the performances by Moicano and Bobby Green to start off the main card.
Yeah.
I mean, what a night of fights in Houston for the UFC at UFC 271. And we have to wrap it up because we're going to the press conference. So, Scott, if you can hear me, let us know when you want us to finish. But guys, subscribe, hit that bell. We love you in the chat. You've been amazing. And I feel like we should give our final thoughts because I don't know how much longer we're going to be. The next pay-per-views, Masvidal and Covington. You got some other big fight nights coming up, Jeff. But what a night in Houston, Texas. What a fight card put on by these great athletes. Absolutely incredible.
Exactly, man. We saw some veterans on the preliminary card. Roxanne Modafferi's last fight. We saw the middleweight champion Adesanya defend in a close fight with the former title holder Derek Lewis get face planted, and Brunson take elbows from hell on the ground. It was a great night, Jim.
I'm trying to text Scott and see if he can hear us or something because we want to know how much longer we have here. But man, I swear, we don't want to throw it to the press conference and he's not ready for us. It's kind of like we're walking a tightrope a little bit here, which is, appropriate because that's what those two guys just did for 5 rounds. And who are we to complain about what we're doing when they're getting, possibly kicked or punched and knocked out? But just an incredible night. I think Whittaker should be extremely proud of himself for the way that he fought this fight. Adesanya is a great champion, one of the greatest of all time in the history of the company. Just what we saw from Tuivasa as the number 11 ranked heavyweight to do what he did to Derek Lewis, to eat all those shots and then finish them. For Brunson to dominate with his wrestling and almost finish with a choke, of Jared Cannonier. And then Cannonier comes back and knocks him out with that one elbow that he lands off the break from the clinch, and then just pounding his face out with elbows on the ground. It's just unbelievable. Fight of the night to me. I don't know. I don't know what I had performance of the night. I'd give one of them to Cannonier and one of them to Tuivasa for sure. And then, I don't know after that, just incredible. And I really feel like Israel Adesanya and Robert Whittaker are going to see each other again. My gut tells me we're going to see number 3. It might not be for a while, but we're going to see it. And, and the one thing is the Masvidal Covington fight that's coming up, the week leading up to the fight with those two is probably going to be much better than the fight. That's what I'm going to say. But we're in the press room right now. Are we staying on, Scott? What are we doing? Are you there? Are we going to wrap? We're looking at the chair there.
Oh, they have the chair.
Scott can't hear us. He doesn't have, so he's not getting our audio.
We're going to be switching over to the press conference.
Okay, so we'll wrap up right now. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Great job by you tonight, Scott Peterson, in the arena with the shots in there. Jeff, what a night of fights. I think we gave our final thoughts, but Adesanya remains the champ. Lewis gets knocked out by Tuivasa. What a night for him. And then, of course, man, just Cannonier and Brunson. An incredible night of fights by the UFC. What an honor and a privilege for us tonight.
I agree. And we covered a lot of topics. We covered Joe Rogan and Putin and all this stuff, and nobody yelled at each other, and nobody, and we're all alive and well. Great night of fights. All in all, man, I had a great time tonight, Jim.
All right. Well, it's only getting better because we got the rest of the night off. So enjoy the press conference live here on MMA Weekly. Tai Tuivasa still to come. Of course, Israel Adesanya still to come. Dana White,
Whittaker.
Someone's going to ask about Joe Rogan. Keep it right here on MMA Weekly. You're going to get all that right now live on the most trusted source of news and entertainment, mixed martial arts, the world's largest independently owned MMA website, the MMA Weekly. For Jeff Kane, I'm Jim Grieshaber, Scott Peterson on site. Want to say thank you for watching us here tonight. Keep your game tight and your mind right. Jeff and I are out. You're staying right here.
All right, guys. The attendance tonight was 17,872. It was a sellout. Top grossing gate ever. I'll say this again. It was $4.3 million. We're number 1. We're number 2. We're number 3. The Eagles are number 4, and we're number 5 all time here. I know I said that already at the last one, but I had to say it again.
Obviously a different fight this time around in the main event, so I'm just curious kind of what you thought of Israel Adesanya's performance tonight.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Whittaker came in ready and in better shape, and obviously mentally in a much better place than he was in the first fight. And he's a former world champion and one of the best in the world, and that's how the fight played out.
There was a lot that was made of him signing this massive new contract. So, I mean, obviously you're committed to him. Where do you see the future for this guy? I mean, is this somebody that you'd be able to be a cornerstone of the company moving forward?
Listen, he's the champ. He continues to win, and that's just the way it works. The more you win, the more you do, the more you make.
Nice. Of course, he has ties to both Africa and the Oceania region as well. I know the world is what it is, but are there any signs of life of hey, we're looking at Africa this year, hey, we think we can get back down to Australia, New Zealand this year?
I'm looking at England right now. Let's get to England, okay? Let's get to England and see how England goes. And mask mandates are being lifted in certain places now. Maybe the games are over. We'll see how this plays out.
If the world was 100% open right now, let's say this is all done, like how big of a focus is Africa to host that first event?
Yeah, I mean, it's as big as anywhere else we want to go. I mean, it's been, what, 2.5 years now? We've been Vegas, California, New York, Texas 10 times, and Arizona and Florida. So there's a lot of places to go and a lot to do. But yeah, Africa is a big one for me. I definitely want to do Africa. There was a politician here tonight from Hawaii who's saying, we want you guys in Hawaii, which we've never been able to get done. That's a big one for me too. So yeah, there's a lot of places we want to go. But Africa is, when I look back on my career, I want to do a fight in Africa.
Nice. I did want to ask you, I know coming in we say, hey, look, there's a lot of options on the table, but Jared Cannonier, emphatic finish. He made sure to get your attention cage side. Yep. He looks like a man that you probably don't want to upset too much. So what do you think? Is this guy the #1 contender?
I was excited to see that fight, to see how it was going to play out. It was an awesome fight, and yeah, I'm not going to say no to Cannonier.
Is that June date that Israel mentioned, does that make sense? Is that too quick?
I don't know. Listen, that's the other thing that I love about that kid. He wants to fight all the time, so we'll see what happens.
I do want to ask you real quick about a unique character, Roxanne Modafferi, obviously called it an end tonight. I just wanted to ask you kind of your thoughts on her career as a whole, her impact. I mean, just a unique character. In this
I love her. She's a great human being. She's always tough and durable. She brings it, and she's had a pretty stellar career here at the UFC. So, she lives in Vegas. I'm sure she'll be around, the office still, and yeah, we love her. This is her house, so she's welcome there anytime she wants.
Nice. Last thing I want to ask you, couldn't help but notice the chants of Joe Rogan throughout the night. There was some vocal support. I guess, what can you say about his absence? I know there was a line that it was a conflict of schedule, but I don't think many people were buying into that.
There's no conflict of schedule. Joe Rogan didn't work tonight. Joe Rogan could have worked tonight. Rogan.
Did he elect not to?
Yeah. Joe Rogan had, I don't know what Joe Rogan had to do. You guys will have to ask Joe Rogan, but there was no Joe couldn't work or anything like that. I know that came out. It's total bullshit.
Okay, so you expect him back in March in Vegas?
Whenever he's going to work again, he'll be working. Yeah.
Stand right here. Did you announce the bonuses at the beginning of this?
I did not. Thank you. Cannonier, Tai Tuivasa, and the Andrade fight was fight of the night.
Well, speaking of Tai, what did you make of his performance in there?
Awesome fight. I mean, that's another one. You knew, those two were going to get in there. Once they loosened up and started letting them go, it was going to be an interesting night. Tuivasa, he looked good. He won.
He wants you to he wants you to do that shooting.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not getting out of this thing, am I? Yeah. I'll see you in a minute. All right.
Do it on stage, Dana, please.
I know you spoke highly of Roxanne Modafferi. What do you make of Casey O'Neill? Undefeated in the UFC. she accepted the villain role, said she'll be the best bad guy if that's what you want her to be.
Yeah, and Roxanne, the thing about Roxanne is she's very unassuming, but she's a very tough, durable, awkward fighter to fight, and Casey beat her tonight. So, she walked up to me on stage during the weigh-in and said, "I'm going to be your next world champion." So, I like her attitude. I like the way she fights. She's aggressive. She's tough. We'll see what she does.
Then one more. What did you make of Bobby Green's performance? The broadcast said he looked better than ever against a very tough Nazareth.
Yeah, he looked slick. He looked fast. Had the crowd on his side tonight. It was almost like he was from Houston. It was interesting. But no, Bobby looked good.
Dana, going back to Ty, he was ranked number 11 before this fight, and he just beat number 3. So does he immediately go straight up to that sort of level, like the top tier of the heavyweights?
What's the question?
He beat number 3 ranked, so does
Yeah.
that mean he's guaranteed to be up with those guys, with the Cyril Garns, with the Francis Ngannou's?
Well, you guys are going to rank him, but he should be top 3, top 5. So wherever he shakes out in the rankings, he'll be mixing it up with those guys.
Were you surprised at his ability to take some of those punches from Derek?
No, he's got a good chin, man. I knew that those two were gonna bang it out. Somebody was gonna get caught with something, but the elbows look good. He did take some big shots, and tonight was his night, man. He looked good.
Dana, over here. I'm fascinated to hear your thoughts on, in boxing, this whole heavyweight debacle we've seen over the last couple of weeks, right? I know that that's something that's kind of close to your heart because people won't shut up about Fury versus Ngannou. But what did you make of all of this talk and all of this stuff happening at the top heavyweights? And is that kind of indicative of the problems you've spoken about in the sport?
Yeah. I mean, these guys are. The fact that they're even talking about our guys is shows you where it's at. Boxing's been a mess for a long time, and it isn't going to get straightened up anytime soon.
Will you be rooting for Dillian White and Anthony Joshua? Because if you have to work with a boxer for Ngannou later, you'd rather work with Eddie Hearn than Al Heyman or Bob Arum?
I'm not doing jack shit with Bob Arum. But the other two guys I like. I like Al Heyman a lot, and I like Eddie Hearn very much.
Dana, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, a song came out a couple of weeks ago about yourself by your good pal Jake Paul. Have you heard it, and what's your thoughts?
I haven't seen it yet, no. Is it good?
The music video is pretty intense. Chris Cyborg's in it, Antonio McKee's in it.
What's intense mean? Is it good?
It's a pretty good song, I think.
Yeah, you like it?
The lads over there didn't help boys, I know.
I think you're full of shit. That's what I think.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
Hey Dana, down here to your left. How did you score the main event?
I think I had it. 3-2.
For Izzy.
Yeah.
And what do you think Rob did well in this fight that he wasn't able to do in the first one?
Yeah, well, I thought he was going to shoot a lot more than he did. I thought he was going to go in for a lot more takedowns and really make Izzy work his wrestling. But he was aggressive. He was obviously way more aggressive this time. Was able to take the shots that Izzy did hit him with. I think he looked physically, mentally, and emotionally stronger in this fight than he did in the first one. You could tell in the first fight he was dealing with some issues and probably didn't have a great camp. And
obviously he's lost twice, but could you see a path where he could get a third fight if Adesanya is still the champ?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Sitting right here, right now, I don't know.
Last question. I never thought you'd be an Agent Orange fan.
Yeah, big Agent Orange fan. Yeah, big. AL3 played it for me tonight in there too.
I know that's what made.
Is that funny?
I didn't think Dana had a punk stage.
Yeah.
Who knew?
I was a punk once. Any other questions? Go ahead, sir.
One more.
Yes, sir.
Derek Lewis, he's always been a fighter that comes to fight, but he seems to always come up short just a little bit. What does Derek Lewis play out in the landscape?
Well, he doesn't always come up short. I mean,
not always.
Up until tonight, he was the number 3 ranked guy in the world, which is a big deal. He's got the most knockouts in heavyweight history. And, he went in against a guy tonight who's on a 5-fight knockout streak. Younger, he fought a 29-year-old guy tonight. Derek Lewis is a bad boy, man. He's been a lot of fun to have in our heavyweight division here in the UFC, and obviously very beloved here in the town of Houston and around the world. I mean, he's a pretty big star for us. And I would say the exact opposite. If you looked at Derek Lewis coming into the UFC, I don't know if people would have expected him to do what he's accomplished here. He's become a huge superstar and done some pretty great things.
I asked Derek Lewis once about winning the heavyweight championship here, and he said he just wanted to pay for his damn house.
Yeah, well, he did that.
Type of guy he is.
He definitely did that.
Thank you.
He's made some money, and he's made a nice life for himself. And he's a good human being. He's one of these guys that when bad things happen, he's out there helping other people. And he's a big, scary-looking dude, but there's a big heart inside there. We like him a lot, and we'll see what's next for him.
Dana, right in front of you, back here.
Yep.
A lot of talk about the heavyweight division. Obviously, you said you had met with Francis. Is there any update on John Jones or Stipe? Is that a fight that we could see those two?
Yeah. I mean, we'll see here pretty soon how this all plays out. Jones, Stipe, Francis, and Ty now too. So.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey Dana, just at the back over here,
Yep.
mate. We didn't get to see you after 270, and I just wanted to ask you about Brandon Moreno and Davison Figueiredo. I mean, I think nobody would complain if we saw those guys fight on every single pay-per-view. But do you think we'll see a fourth fight?
So he was just asking me if Adesanya and Whittaker would fight 3 times, and I'm like, nah, I don't know. I don't disagree with you, man. I mean, that fight for a 4th time, and I don't think anybody would disagree. I don't know. I think the fans want it too. It's crazy. It's one of those freak fights that just works 4 times, 5 times, 10 times. I don't know. We'll see.
The bantamweight division as well is on fire at the moment. How impressed were you by Kyler Phillips and Douglas Andrade today?
Yeah, no, I mean, the card was great. It was a great night. It was a great night of fights. Everybody.
Dana over here.
Yep.
Houston seems to be a really easy spot to host these events. Do you see us
I
coming
agree with
back?
you, sir.
Do you see us coming back here again this year?
I don't know. I don't know if probably. I don't know. We'll see. Again, we'll see. I told you guys a year ago, 2 years ago, whenever I told you, be Texas, Vegas, Florida for a while. So I was right. But like I said earlier, it seems like things are loosening up. So if that happens, start traveling around and having some fun again. So hopefully that's the case.
Hi, Dana, over here. Do we have an update on who the first full send fighter is?
Yeah, it'll come out on the show. Looking for a fight.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Dana, just this week, Vegas is now open, no mask mandate anymore.
Yep.
Any plans? You mentioned maybe some more traveling, but any immediate plans for maybe moving some of the UFC fight nights in Vegas to allow more people, or?
Yeah. You mean more people in the Apex?
In the Apex or another venue, or?
Yeah. Borsari, how much more can we open up the Apex? How many more people can we fit in there?
Well, we're working on getting up to 750 in there. So.
There you go.
Nice.
It's in the works.
Nice, thank you.
All right, buddy. Thank you, guys. Everybody have a safe trip home. Good night.
Is there video proof of this?
Well, hopefully the UFC upload it, that's for sure.
How did he take it?
He fucking did alright, actually.
Ty, how much talking into did it take to get him to do it? Was he okay with it?
No, he was fine. He downed the whole thing too. He did well.
Fantastic. Well, listen, the post-fight celebration, all that, that's amazing. But just, a huge win in your career right now, right? So, I mean, how are you feeling right now?
I feel good. Even better that the boss did a shoey out of my Tuivasa, you know what I mean? So it's a win-win for me. I thought I did well. Come to Houston. Got a few boos at the start, but we ended in cheers. So, cheering.
No question. Listen, he utilized some wrestling, right? I mean, first of all, did that surprise you, or did you think like he's definitely going to do this? And I guess how did you feel about the way you reacted to it?
It was definitely a surprise, but this is MMA. This is the sport. We had a bit of a swing and a bang, and we had a fucking bit of a wrestle as well. So, mixed martial arts. Here we go.
Is that something that maybe, I mean, again, I think you wanted to just swing and bang the whole time, but is that something that maybe you can take some pride out of? Like, hey, guys, I do have some well-rounded skills.
I'm a wrestler from way back. No, yeah, it was good. Showed a bit of adversity, I suppose. Well, that's a big word. Was that the right word, Isabella? Yeah. Showed a bit of that, you know, and there you go. We did good.
He did land a couple shots along the way, so I'm just curious. I mean, did any of them hurt? Do you remember being stunned or?
I got a few bumps on the head, that's for sure. On the side here, but there was nothing I didn't feel I was in too much of a danger, but he's the knockout king. He's got heavy hands. He's a big boy. So I definitely felt him, but I was still in the game, so I was sweet.
Is there ever a point where you change the way you approach your career, right? I mean, this is a nice win streak you're on. You know, Dana was just back here saying, now we got to talk about you in the top 4 or 5 guys in the division. I mean, is there ever a point where you go, I don't want to just be the guy that knocks people out and drinks a beer. You know, like I want somebody to do this thing different. I mean, how do you approach that moving forward?
Well, I don't really mind. I don't mind being the guy who drinks piss out of shoes and this and that, because I suppose everyone just focuses on all of that, but at the end of the day, I'm knocking the best in the world out. So that's up to you or whoever takes it, however that is. But like I said, I've got a great team around me now. I've got just guys who have the best interest for me, and fuck, we're doing all right, you know what I mean? We're knocking out the best in the world, bro. We're here.
Last thing for me, ideally, I'm sure you want to, try to get home if you can. I don't know if that's possible. I mean, what's the schedule look like from here? Can you book something again quickly? Do you have to try to get to see the family? What's the plan?
No, I'm having a bit of a rest. My son started school, so firstly, I'm going to Cancun. I heard there's nice beaches, and I like long walks on the beach and that, so go check out the sand, I suppose, and then go do some daddy drop-offs. My son started school, and then after that, I'll regroup with my team, and we'll go from there.
Right here on the front. You talked about how Derek obviously hit hard, but there was a moment when he pinned you against the fence, and he would just kind of land in a lot of blows, and you just stood up and took it. So, what is it like when Derek Lewis is mere inches away from you, just throwing these bombs at you?
This is fighting. That's what. That's the assignment. That's our job. Obviously, it's a, you know what I mean. I don't know what to say. That's our job. I know he's in there to take my head off, and I told you I'm out there to do the same thing.
Hi, Ty over here. You just knocked out the knockout king. So what does that make Ty Tuivasa?
Oh, he's got the accolades. He's done it. He's done this for many years. And like I said, he's had his time, and I think this is the passing of the torch. And if I keep up doing what I'm doing and keep focusing on what I need to focus on, I will one day, take over.
Mm-hmm. And who has the better wrestling, Francis Ngannou or Derek Lewis?
Well, I've never fought Francis, so I wouldn't know.
Ty, at the back over here, mate. Your coaches said at the end of the first round, don't swing, be sharp. And then 2 minutes later, you face plant the KO King. How instrumental was that piece of advice?
We had a game plan. My coach Sully was on to me about being in and being out. That was pretty much our game plan. When I'm in, stay in. If I'm out, stay out. And he actually said to me after, he goes, once I get into the mix, I kind of bite down on my mouth guard and have a swing. And I suppose that's just a bit of who I am and where I'm from, I suppose. But I did have to, in the second round, I had to, recompose and have a think of what I needed to do and stick to the game plan. But we were swinging and banging. That was the assignment.
Ty, over here. Do you want to call out someone in the top 5, and how far do you think you are from a title shot?
Bro, to be honest, I don't even know who the fuck's in the top 5. I don't even watch fighting, bro. So, like I said, I heard there's, there's the Stipes and the Cyril Gans and all that, and everyone up there. But this is my job. I rock up, I prepare with my team, and we fucking punch on.
Do you think Derek was nervous fighting in front of his home crowd again? Because that's what he said last time, that he was nervous and the nerves got to him. Did you feel that at all, or?
No, I don't feel he was nervous. He was switched on. He came to bang, but I just think that I wasn't going anywhere, and I wasn't. So I was here to bang as well.
Ty over here. Or sorry. Okay.
Oh, my man.
Yeah. So obviously you've been beloved by MMA fans for a long time, but since the Nelk boys have kind of got behind you and made you their sort of de facto fighter, have you found that like your fame when you walk down the street and stuff is a bit more with the casual fan?
Not really. I'm sweet, bro. If it wasn't for the fans, we wouldn't be doing this. That's the truth. So I love everyone, and I give love to everyone. As long as you don't be a dickhead to me, I won't be a dickhead to you. It's real simple, you know what I mean? I'm a simple guy. But I love the Nelk boys. They're good fellas. They're funny fellas, and we have a lot of similarities. We like to party and we like to have fun.
I saw a lovely little moment just in front of press row earlier. You weren't able to do your shoey in the cage, but you got to do one with your buddy Steve as well. It was a nice moment for you.
Yeah, I was looking for Steve off the bat. I couldn't really see him at the start, but we ended up getting it done.
There's a YouTuber called Vitaly who's calling him out for a boxing match. Would you train Steve if he wanted to decide to come into combat sports himself?
I don't know if me and Steve got together. I don't know if there'd be much training involved, but for sure, we can have a party, training camp, something like that.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Ty, can you just sort of explain what you saw with that finish? I mean, how you saw it. It was almost a bit...
I haven't even watched it, Nick. I haven't... my coach rushed me out of here, so I haven't got a chance to watch it. I said to him, did we have a bit of a swack? Because I feel a few bumps on my head. He's like, yeah, you had a bit of a swack. But I just remember being up on the cage and throwing an elbow. I like my elbows. I like the nitty gritty stuff. So, and then all I can remember, it was over.
It almost had a bit of Mark Hunt walk off to it, but you don't remember it at all.
I learned a lot from Mark. People ask me how did Derek hit. I was Mark Hunt's punching bag for for a long time. I think he trained me up and prepped me up well enough. I love my Uso Mark.
One back here in the back. Ty, was that the hardest elbow you've ever thrown?
Yeah.
Thanks for the description.
Thank you.
Ty, here in the back. How hurt were you in the first round when Derek had you up against the cage and he was delivering those shots when you're down, then you just kind of escaped and just started throwing?
I wasn't really hurt. I was just kind of like, if I stay here, I'm going to fucking end up asleep. So I needed to move. And yeah, that was pretty much it. Like I knew he hit me a couple of times and I was like, fuck, I got to move. So But like I said, I felt the heat, but I didn't feel like I was in danger. I just thought, you got to move or you will be in danger. So I was all right.
Many times when fighters get in that position and kind of go more defensive, but you just push the offense to get out of it.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm a banger from Western Sydney. And we bang on with anyone. And I'll bang on with anyone till the day I die. Thank you, guys.
But it seems like a little bit different emotion than after the last one, obviously a different fight. So I guess just tell me, how do you feel at this moment?
Well, this one was better than the first one, huh? Like, yeah, I thought I did enough. Breaking it down, I think I lost the first round. And I put myself back together. I think I beat him to every punch. I got takedowns. Thought I did enough. But it is what it is. That's how, work goes in the office. So I'm going to go back, evolve some more, get better, like fine-tune the things that I've been working on and come back a better man. Honestly, though, at the moment, Izzy was my biggest obstacle, right? He was my biggest hurdle. He beat me in a good fashion the first time. So I've been working and angling myself to evolve and to get better, and I've done that. And you can see in this fight I just had with him how much I've come to the point where I think I beat him. So I'm excited. I'm excited for the future. The ceiling is nowhere in sight. There is no ceiling for me. I don't believe. Yeah, that's how I feel.
All the focus, of course, was on how much you changed and how you evolved and what you would do differently. As far as what you saw on the other side of the cage, I mean, how much different did you think he was, and were there any surprises in there tonight?
No, I wasn't really surprised too much. He's a good fighter. Like, props where they're due. He's a very good fighter, and he's going to... Honestly, I don't see anybody else getting close to beating him. He's a phenomenal fighter. He's got good eyes, he's got good timing, and his physical makeup just make him dangerous. He's been gifted with a good set. But honestly, I thought he looked very beatable. I thought I beat him. I thought I did enough. I got inside his reach. I beat him to every punch, beat him every time. He didn't land anything that really hurt me, bar that one shot in the first. And, but yeah, yeah.
You guys had some tense moments, over the past couple years, but it looked like there was a lot of respect between you guys at the end. Can you share just kind of what the exchange was between you?
Yeah, no, I have. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't want this popping up in a highlight reel, screaming, "Rob thinks he won," blah 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 blah. I'm not taking anything away from him. He won. He literally he won. he's got the belt. That's how it works. The judges gave it to him. That's the game. That's the business. I have nothing but respect for his skill set, and I'm proud of myself for getting back on the horse after that first loss, putting myself together the way I did, and getting back in there and taking it to him again. I don't think there are a lot of people that could have done that, and like I said, I do think I did enough, but the grudge is gone. You could see that in the media leading up. The grudge is gone. I'm nothing but happy for him. He's doing his thing. He's stayed true with it. yeah, you know, in another life we might have been mates. You know, it seems we like a lot of the same stuff, but fortunately we're on the other side of the fence at the moment.
Last thing for me, you know, obviously it's good to see you in a better place than after the last one. I just wonder when you go back and what will be the goal? Is it I got to go back and work to get a third fight with him, or is it, you know, I start putting my eyes on other goals and different things that you want to accomplish? Like, what will be the driving goal moving forward?
Like what, pottery? No. I guess the first, honestly, a third fight between me and Izzy is inevitable. It's inevitable because I'm going to stomp anybody who comes in front of me again. And he knows that too. That's why he said I'll be seeing you in the future. And I don't see him losing the belt anytime soon. He's good. He is good. I think I am the person to beat him. And yeah, my mission stays the same. Beat the next guy in front of me. I'm going to go home. I'm going to spend some time with my kids, enjoy my Christmas and New Year's that was taken from me for use. But and then get back in the gym and do what I do. A great team at Gracie's Meat and Grange. I'm going to go there and I'm going to get back to work, get back to doing what I do, and then just beat the next guy, and then the next guy, and then the next guy, until eventually I'm at the top of the pile once again. Still at the top of the pile, really, but I want to be higher. You know what I mean? You guys get it. Come on.
Reflecting on your last fight, you said you felt unsatisfied. And now I know you wanted to win this fight, but now that it is over, you said you wanted to feel satisfied, win or lose. So are you satisfied with your performance?
Yeah, you can tell I'm in a pretty good. Like I'm gutted. Like I don't have a new shiny belt to hold up my pants. Right, I'm gutted, but I'm satisfied. I gave a good account of myself. I don't want to keep saying I thought I won. I thought I did enough. Okay, this is the last time I'm going to say. But because of that, because of the way I feel, I'm satisfied. Just that I left it all there, that I gave everything to those 25 minutes for myself and for everybody else, for my fans. And I think the fans, the crowd loved it. I could hear it from them. They loved it. And I know I checked in my phone and I got a lot of messages saying they loved it. Was it a good fight to watch? Was it a good fight to watch? It was... let me tell you, it was very strategic and tactical. I don't know if you could tell, you know, not being in there, but yeah, you know, I had to pick my moments. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. This is a game not for the faint-hearted.
I know you went through a lot of training for this fight, and you just said a second ago that you get it. I know it stings, but how can you still just sit here and just laugh about it? I mean, where did that come from?
I guess, like, let's be honest, it's much better than the first time, right? Like I said, I left it all there, guys. Like, I did my absolute best. And, like, that's honestly my goal with fighting is never to get in there and it's like win. You know, I want to win. Now my goal is to get into the octagon, and give everything I have to give, because normally that means I win. Okay, and that's all I want to do. I want to get in there and I want to give a account of myself. I want to get in there and leave it all there, because this is what I do. I'm a gladiator and I fight for a living and I fight to put bread on the table for my kids, and Daddy's done that, right?
Rob, in the lead up to the fight, you mentioned that you hadn't really rewatched your first fight with Israel, or at least hadn't rewatched it in a very long time. Do you think this one will be different? Is this one that you'll revisit pretty soon?
I'm going to be honest with you, I've never seen that fight, the first one. I said a little bit because I didn't want anyone knowing I haven't seen it, in case what happened again, and they were like, well, you should have watched the fucking first one. Okay, I don't... But to be fair, I don't watch most of my fights back. Know what happens. You know, it's actually no, I lie because my dad likes watching them back, and if I'm around when he's watching them, I peruse at them too. So yeah, I may watch it back. Yeah, I may watch it back. It's there's a lot of things to dissect from the fight. It's still fresh. There's a lot of things. Obviously, we're going to take away from the fight and work on. I have a great team. As you can see, the game we executed this second time round was much, much more effective than the first time. And we made a good account of ourselves. What we're going to do is we're going to do it again and then perfect the version and come back to the next one.
Just one more for me. Going into the fight, your head grappling coach, Alex, said, well, obviously he said that he thought you would win, but he also said this would be a completely different fight than the first one. It certainly looked that way to us. Were you able to do all the things that you and he had worked on together? Like, were you able to bring out all the wrinkles?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I'd like to think we worked pretty diligently on a game plan throughout the camp, me and my team here at Gracie's Meat and Grange. And we worked very hard. And you can see the first round had a bit of a rough start, but from 2 and onwards, the game was executed. I beat him to the punch. I landed takedowns. And I thought I was hurting him. I was hurting him. I was hurting him and I was beating him to the punch. The game plan worked. The game plan worked very well. And I couldn't be more happy. All that's left is just to make it better and stomp the next guy.
Rob, according to Dana, it looks as though Cannonier's up next for the title shot. You beat him pretty decisively last time you guys fought. Do you have any thoughts on that fight?
Israel, congratulations on the victory. I know you're always heavily critical of yourself, but as you sit there right now, how do you feel about your performance this evening?
7 out of 10. Not bad. Good night in office, good chess match.
What changed? I mean, obviously all the conversation about this was what the adjustments would be and how much different he would be and what he would be able to accomplish. I mean, what did you see in there versus what you expected?
It's easier said than done. It's easier said than done. Even if you've already been in there with me before. I don't know, I feel like they have like goldfish memories. But then when they're in there with me, they realize like, oh shit, it's not as easy as we thought. And yeah, they just have to revert back to what they know.
On 2 of the judges' scorecards, he won the final 2 rounds. So I'm curious kind of...
He won the final 2 rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, did you feel that he was gaining some momentum or gaining some steam? Did you feel it was being more problematic as the fight was wearing on?
Nope, not really. There was one point he was circling on the outskirts of the octagon, and I was cutting him off, and I was like, that's my trick. And I said it to him, I know that trick, that's mine. And I just went back to the center of the octagon, and I went back to work, established the middle.
You guys had a nice exchange afterwards. Obviously, there's been tension between you 2 guys along the way. I'm just curious, can you share kind of what was shared between you 2 in there?
I said, I don't like you, you don't like me, but I respect you. He said the same thing, and he said, I'm sure in another life we'll be friends. I said, maybe. But yeah, we're just 2 guys trying to be the best in the world. But tonight, I'm the best in the world.
He believes the 3rd fight's inevitable. Do you see that in your future?
I said maybe. I said you rack up some good wins, and I'm sure I'll see you down the line. I say that to kind of like just, pat him on the butt. Just, good job, kid. But we'll see. I mean, the division's filled with killers. It's filled with killers, but I'm looking forward to fresh meat.
You mentioned Jared Cannonier's name as potentially that fresh meat. I'm curious, how much did you get to watch? I mean, obviously you're prepping, getting ready. So were you watching in close detail, and what did you think of his performance?
Not close detail. I just saw bits and pieces. I think he even got rocked. I saw he got taken down. Then he elbowed Brunson. So I didn't really take stock. I'll go back and watch the fights later on and just see what it is. But he made a statement, and I even told him after the weigh-in, not the ceremonial ones, the official weigh-in. I said, look, please take this guy out so I can get some fresh meat. And he said, bro, I'm trying to work. I'm like, me too. So I'm a man of my word.
Last thing for me, I mean, you say it's a 7 out of 10, but it is another title defense. It's another victory.
But let me just, this is my 5th title defense. I don't know why people keep saying it's my 4th. It's my 5th because it just makes no sense. I was the interim champion. I still have that interim belt. And in the interim, I'm the champion. If he beat me at UFC 243, that would have counted as a defense of his belt. So when I beat him, that's not you just unifying the belt. That counts as a defense for my belt because I haven't updated all the rubies. I still have 2 rubies. I need to update them to like 5 or whatever it is. But yeah, stop saying 4 title defense. That's my 5th title defense. Put some fucking respect on my shit.
Fair enough. I guess I just wanted to ask you what the vision is now, right? I mean, you got this new contract in hand, and I know that you are always kind of looking towards the future. I mean, what is it that you want to accomplish now in this next phase of your career?
I wasn't really looking past Robert. I took him very seriously, and right all the way to the last bell, I knew he was dangerous. He caught me slipping one time, and I was like, good one, because I was really aware of it on the clinch. When we break away from the clinch, he was going to hit me, and he caught me one on this side, and I was like, good one. I acknowledged it. But yeah, I had fun in there. I just want to watch it back and just study that fight. But yeah, I look forward to fresh meat.
Israel, right here. People online said you looked physically bigger than your previous fight against him. Like you put on more muscle. Did you feel like a bigger sense of strength in there from your previous fights?
Yeah. Is that Booker T?
It is.
5-time UFC fucking champion. Oh, I was like, is that Booker T? What the fuck? Holy shit. Sorry, just being a fan. No. What the fuck is he doing?
It's his city.
Oh, shit. My man. Respect to you, bro. Yeah, my boy Chance, he got me swole during the lockdown in New Zealand. 3 months. We did like pretty much home prison workouts every day, and that was where the whole narrative of fuck the noise came from, because everything in New Zealand was just accredited press only, and I was like, fuck the noise, just work. Let's just work. So yeah, I got jacked.
I know you said you like fresh meat. Another fighter not in your division named Hamzat's been tweeting at you this fight.
Has he?
He said, easy money for me, 0 wrestling, 1 round, I'm going to kill him.
Okay.
You just mentioned there about the noise in New Zealand. I saw you share something to your story about how much New Zealand will be mentioned tonight with you and your teammates. Do you think maybe that your performance tonight and the fact that you guys are being able to represent your country should perhaps tell some people in your country that you guys should be considered athletes of that country?
It's the most stupid thing. I put something in my story this morning that my coach, Suns, put up. I don't want to fuck it up, but he pretty much just had like the stats of, you know, we've got 3 fighters from Auckland, New Zealand fighting tonight, and we're representing the country, right? And the reach that UFC has, how many countries this is going to be viewed in throughout the world. And yet, you know, when we're doing great, they want to pat us on the back and try and piggyback on what we're doing. But then when they had the chance to shaft us, that's why what they did to Dan Hooker, that still pisses me off. I don't want to give him too much sign because fuck the cunts anyway. But yeah, we're self-funded, self-made. We never had any handouts from the government. We've done this shit ourselves, and we don't need them.
You know, one of the stories going into this fight was, the grappling. Look what happened in the Yan fight. Rob can change his tactics and use his grappling. You said you were looking forward to those moments where he would clinch with you. Are you happy that you got the opportunity to show your own defense?
Yeah, but I wanted to show more offense. I just have to watch this fight back. It's always not as accurate when I speak on it before.
You need your shower, right?
Yes, my shower, my infamous time to myself just to reflect, because everything is so much stimulus. Everyone's coming at you and this and that and dragging you in this way. So I need my time to myself to kind of soak this all in and just like really see it for what it was. But yeah, I did well. It was a good chess match. I don't know. I heard he thought he won the fight or some shit. I don't know what he and Victoria was sipping on to think well, maybe it was Costa's wine. I don't know, but fucking hell. He did not win that fight, and he knows it. But yeah, same thing. He needs to go have a shower as well and reflect and realize that that's not true.
He did say back here that he did feel he'd done enough to win the title.
You don't do enough to win the title. You take the belt. This is not how this works. Well, I did enough. No.
He also said that he thinks you and him are essentially just on another level to the rest of the division. I'm curious if you agree with that assessment.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a few steps below me as well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Izzy at the back over here.
Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
All right, thank you. Izzy, one of the things I've noticed and admired about you during this fight week is that you're not afraid to be who you are. You're not afraid to cry. You're not afraid to wear nail varnish. You're not afraid to show your feminine side in an industry where most men are trying to flex their masculinity.
No, I mean, doing things like this in the all-boys school, you get fucking beat up. You get fucked up for being weird and different. But yeah, I don't know. Who's gonna tell me shit? You're gonna diss me about my nails? You're gonna diss me about my pearls? Or what? Like, I don't care. And also, no one can tell me shit. There's a meme I saw one time with Jackie Chan. He was dressed all weird and it said, like, no one can tell you how to dress when no one can beat your ass. So, yeah, I'm just authentically me. And if people like it, they do. If they don't, oh well, they're gonna keep watching. All it is, look, it's attention as the currency. You're not gonna pay money to watch my pay-per-views, cool, but you're gonna pay attention. You're gonna be on my social media running up numbers, and that all helps. So yeah, you ain't gonna pay money, but you're gonna pay attention.
Izzy over here. You're making this look easy, lapping the middleweight division. Do you think going back up to light heavyweight is in the cards for you?
Later on down the track, but right now, I like fresh meat at middleweight, and I'm glad I have a new contender in Jared Cannonier, so I look forward to June. I'm thinking June for that one. I know it's not just me, it's me and my coaches, and yeah, but I'm sure they'll agree. June, we can take that out.
Congrats, champ.
Thank you.
Do do you already feel like, sorry, over here.
Oh, so.
You obviously signed this massive new deal during the week. Congratulations on that, and congratulations on tonight. But do you already feel like you might be underpaid after tonight's performance?
Underpaid?
Yeah.
No, like I signed this bout agreement on Monday. So, and I don't know this narrative of like, they just gave me a new deal because of what was happening with Francis. I'm like, no, my dealings with the UFC don't need to be brought forth because every case is different. With Francis's case, that he needed to bring that forward because it was atrocious, and I respect him for that. And like I said, this is the first step, you know. Dana already said they had dinner with him before he went back to Cameroon. They're gonna have dinner when they come back. So yeah, people make mistakes, you know. The UFC is filled with humans. Humans make mistakes, human error. But we can always amend those mistakes. And honestly, rising tides lifts all the ships. And with this, I feel like it's the first step in this trickle-down effect to the rest of the fighters and lifting everyone up. I'm not saying like pay the debutant some crazy money. I'm just like, nah, pay them enough to be able to, you know, train, feed their family, and actually not have a second or third job. You know, because we're UFC fighters. I love this company. I've been wanting to be part of this company. You saw my post when I was here in the same fucking arena 7 years ago for UFC 192, practicing on the scale before I got yelled at. I've wanted to be here for so long. So yeah, now that I'm here, I'm fortunate to be in the position that I'm in to sign this new deal. But you know, the UFC is gonna do right. I feel like this is the first step. Francis started it off, and you know, I'm getting my dues as well. But trust me, it wasn't just handed to me. My team at Paradigm and also AP Sports Management, we fight for what we have. You know, it's just not brought to the media so you guys can go write headlines about it. We fight for what we have, and I feel like this is going to trickle down to the rest of the fighters because, yeah, it's time. It's time.
What do the next couple of months look like for you? Obviously, you get back into camp for a June fight, end of March, start of April. And but what do you do in the next couple of weeks? Do you plan on traveling, maybe going to Africa again, or?
I can't. I've got a bit of a media tour because I've been away from America for the longest time. So I'm gonna maybe should I tell them? Yeah, fuck them. No. Yeah, we're gonna do some stuff. We'll be hanging around, and I'll call audibles. I'll see where I want to go.
Hi, Izzy. Over here to your right. You have some of the best fashion in the fight game. But
Thank
you have
you.
some competition with Kamaru Usman and Francis Ngannou. How does your fashion stack up against theirs?
It's not a competition. It's just expression. We're just three kings who express ourselves authentically. I like the way Francis comes in with his dashiki. Sometimes, you know, Kamaru comes in with agbada, you know, in his suits. And yeah, you know me, I just drip however I want. Sometimes you might see me with even a lava one day. I'm not even Samoan or Tongan, but I might wear a lava just because I love the way it looks. I saw Ty with one at the press conference, and I thought it looked dope. The black lava, that was beautiful. Yeah, it's not a competition, it's just expression.
Can you tell me a little bit about your fits, your watch, your jacket? Can you tell me
I put this whole thing together this week. I just wanted to, this week I wanted it to be different. This fight week, I was just like, look, I'm gonna set myself apart from my peers just because I'm set apart, you know. I've always just been, not a company man, but I do what the UFC needs me to do to get it done. But I just need to let them know, like, I'm different. So I had to express myself to the highest form, and I felt like I did that this fight week. All the drips and the French tips.
Wrestling has always been like the...
Fuck, I'm freaking out. Young Izzy's freaking out, bro.
Wrestling has always been dominant in mixed martial arts, but you came from a kickboxing background. Do you think you have changed that myth?
Yeah, the thing for me was I had to humble myself years ago and just be like, look, I never want some nerd in a, you know, blue belt in pajamas to be able to beat my ass as a world champion kickboxer. So I humbled myself and I learned grappling, I learned wrestling, and I know how to wrestle, but I don't know what that sound is. I know how to wrestle, but I just haven't had the opportunity to use it yet. In this fight, I thought the opportunity would present itself, but once I kicked his legs a few times and he realized it was compromised, he took it away from me, so I wasn't able to get to that leg like I wanted to, or to his hips. He tried, and I showed that last takedown, he put everything into it, and somehow I stayed standing because my hips don't lie.
It's Z right here. On Wednesday, we talked about the underrated weapon, that's that left hand, and now we're coming from another fight where you put him down with that same weapon again. Just want you to speak to that underrated weapon.
I need to see it. This is one thing, I need to watch the fight, because when he dropped, I was like, did I drop him? Like, that was what I thought in that moment. It's almost like third person. I was like, did he slip or did I drop him? Because it just felt like nothing. I didn't feel like a thud. It felt swift. But Carl told me it was southpaw, straight left down the pipe. And I remember just thinking, all right, cool down, don't rush, because I was going to rush him, but this is what, if you try that, you might get caught slipping. So you have to respect the guy, and I never underestimated him. I knew, even though I knocked him out in the first fight, he's dangerous. I know how dangerous he is. And like I said to you guys, you know, he ran through everyone until he ran into me. And then he went back and beat 3 other guys, and now he's running to me again. But yeah, I'm no easy feat. I'm no easy feat to, you know, get one over on.
Champ, right here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You say in the press conference that at some point last year you felt too comfortable, that your rivals were trying to survive instead of really trying to win, and that you were expecting that for this fight things were different. I just wanted to know if you felt that difference tonight.
Yeah, he brought the fight. From the start to the finish, I stayed on point. With my last fight in Phoenix, I was never in danger. I was just like, man. This fight, I knew, you know, if I get caught slipping, he can put me away. I liked his double jabs, and then eventually he turned into a triple jab, and I was like, okay, that's a good change up. But I was still able to get away from it most times. What else? His wrestling was, it was okay. I was never, even when he was on my back, I found it funny. I was kind of like a hunchback. I was like, all the way to my corner. And then I just knew, like, we've done this from 9 a.m. every other day. We literally spent times just, you know, someone on your back, ready to go. And I know the systems to get away from that. So, yeah, I was comfortable in those positions. I'm comfortable in the uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Easy.
Could I just ask you one? Could I just ask your fellow Nigerian Anthony Joshua going back out for the world heavyweight title against Alexander Usyk? Do you hope that he comes out on top in this sort of 4-person?
I thought he's sitting out.
No, he's not going to sit out anymore. Fury's going to fight
true.
White, and he's going to fight Usyk.
Who's Fury fighting?
Fury's fighting Dillian White. Anthony's fighting
White.
Usyk, and then hopefully the winner of those two fights each other. Do you hope that Anthony becomes the undisputed champion?
Of course. I always root for my people. Anthony, he's a formidable guy. He's run into some, you know, problems with and Usyk's a phenomenal boxer. Wow, amazing. But yeah, I believe, you know, anyone can beat anyone at any given night, but I always root for my people. Thanks, guys.